Sarah, my name is Omar. I need to hire you as soon as possible for a police brutality case that I'm still injured from.
I actually don't work on those kind of cases anymore, and I don't know of anyone who does. I have employment attorneys I could tell you to go to, but I don't know of any civil rights attorneys.
Okay. Well, maybe you can help me though. I filed the case myself in civil court, and the judge on the case that they assigned, he said that he's willing to give me relief in the case. But the only thing that happened after that was I wasn't able to continue to go to court, and they filed the case. I mean, they said the case was dismissed due to lack of prosecution.
Yeah.
And so I called the judicial assistant, and she said to just refile the case. So I kind of need help just doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help you with that, but definitely I would hire an attorney, because doing it on your own is, the attorneys are on the other side are going to walk all over you. And I would do it quickly, since there are deadlines.
Well, they told me to when I file it to mention the equitable tolling remedy, so the statute of limitations don't apply. And because I've got injuries that I recently found out about that were from the police brutality case.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can't help you, but I would definitely tell that to the attorney you hire. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you.
All right, good luck.
Thank you for calling Studinsky Law. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. For the operator, press 0 or stay on the line. For the dial by name directory, press 1. To repeat this menu, press the pound key.
Hello?
Hello, may I speak with Mr. Canino?
Yes, this is he.
Mr. Canino,
What can I do for you?
Could I hire you, please? I need your help with a police brutality case.
Yes, I already contributed on that, but thank you very much for trying, okay? Thank you.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Goodbye. Please listen to the entire message before making a selection. Thank you for calling the law offices of Reamer, Georges, Pierre, and Hogerword. We are assisting other callers at this time. If you are a new client, please press 1. If you are an existing
Good afternoon, CUNY Davis Law. This is Rodrigo speaking.
Rodrigo, may I speak with Mr. Davis, please?
Mr. Davis is currently in a meeting. I can take a message if you like.
I need to hire him as soon as possible for a police brutality case that I recently found out. Also, that I have injuries that I didn't know about from. And I need to hire him as soon as possible, please.
Okay. So, he is going to be more than likely preoccupied for the rest of the week. We can set something up for next week if that's okay with you. Can I first start with your name?
Yes, my name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad.
I'm going to need some help with the last name, I believe.
My last name is Fuad, F-O-U-A-D.
F-O-U-R-A-D?
F-O-U-A-D.
F-O-U. And was that a middle name you also said? You said your first name is Omar, right?
Yes, my full name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad.
Okay. Can you tell me how to spell out after Omar?
Yes.
So,
Mohsen is spelled M-O-H-S-E-N. And then
I think you said Ibrahim, right?
Yes, I-B-R-A-H-I-M.
Okay. And Omar is O-M-A-R?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a good phone number for you?
Yes.
Omar?
Yes.
772-538-8586?
Yes.
Okay. Give me one moment. 538-8586. And I assume you want to pursue action against the police department or the city or...
Well, I was told that I have to file the lawsuit against the city of Miami, ETAL, because the city of Miami is responsible for the city of Miami Police Department.
So you want to pursue a lawsuit against them?
Yes. The judge on the case, Judge Spencer Ige, he already said that he's willing to give me relief. The only problem is that they dismissed the case because of a lack of prosecution, and that's because I couldn't continue to go to court. And I was told to just refile the case, and I'll be able to get the relief.
So you're telling me there was a previous case, but the case was dismissed or closed because of a lack of prosecution, right?
Yes.
And then I assume for the second case you want to hire Michael Davis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just write that down there. You were told to refile it, and you were going to get relief, I think, something like that? I think you said?
Say that again?
You said they told you to refile it so you could get the relief, I think it was you said, or
yes.
I forgot what you said.
Yes. They told me to just refile the case because I've been keeping them updated on my situation and the fact that I had to move from Miami. And I called the judicial assistant and I explained to them the situation as well, and they told me to just refile the case because the judge already said he's willing to give me relief. And he dismissed the case with non-prejudice, I think it's called. So that means I could file it again. Oh, he said without prejudice. it said they dismissed the case without prejudice. So they said when they dismiss the case without prejudice, that means I could refile it.
Okay. Is there a certain time or day that works best for you? Do you have a certain deadline that's upcoming for the case, or?
Well, the case is an equitable tolling remedy case. So the statute of limitations, they don't apply.
Okay. So typically, I look into Michael's calendar, and typically Wednesday usually is the day that he's is more available. I can give you a call back either later today or tomorrow. Look into his calendar and see what is available. Is there a certain time or day, or that works best for you?
Yeah, as soon as possible, because I need relief as soon as possible. My neck is still injured. My back is still injured. I still have injuries on my legs. And the neurologist here in Tallahassee, where I am now, they recently told me that I have nerve entrapment. That's why my neck keeps hurting me and my hands and arms keep going numb. And that's from the officer twisting my neck.
You said nerve entrapment. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like me to write down, Omar, as a note for the attorney?
Well, I think that's everything that he needs to know. Oh yeah, write down the case number from the case I filed.
Yeah, of course.
1829755CA31.
You said 1829755CA31?
Yes.
Okay. And so I have two questions, I think. Do you know why they arrested you the first time? Or were you arrested? Were you arrested the first time?
Yes, yeah, they arrested me, but I didn't do anything wrong. The officer, he falsified the police report, and he wrote that he arrested me and brought me to the hospital because I was walking into traffic, and that's not true at all. He just didn't want to write specifically that he purposely beat me up because I told on him. I told his Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, specifically what he did before he arrived, and which was the officer, Ronnie Rodriguez. He pushed me in my chest 3 times, and I told his sergeant that once he arrived. And once I told his sergeant that, the officer put me in a chokehold, very tight chokehold, and then when I said I couldn't breathe, the officer twisted my neck to the right on purpose, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side onto the concrete, and he did that right in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez. And then there was another officer who arrived shortly after that, named Officer Leslie Diaz from the City of Miami Police Department, and he confronted him. He immediately walked up to him and said, "Why'd you beat him up?" And Officer Ronnie Rodriguez ended up yelling at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And Officer Leslie...
Can I put you on hold for one moment? I don't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
I'm going to put you on hold just for one brief moment. Sorry. And I put them on hold. So just to finalize this, I have that you were apparently arrested because you were walking into traffic. The officer falsified the report, and you apparently told on the officer, and that's why he retaliated.
Yeah,
for the most part, correct?
Well, yeah, but the officer, he pushed me in my chest 3 times, and I told on him for doing that. And once I told on him for doing that, that's when the officer retaliated against me. And then he wrote on the police report that he arrested me and brought me to the hospital because I was walking into traffic, and that's not true at all. I never walked into traffic or anything like that.
Understood. Okay. Anything else you'd like me to write down as a message, Omar? I'll probably get back to you later today or tomorrow on a time and date for a consultation meeting that's going to occur via phone call.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
as soon as possible, please.
Yeah, of course, of course. Anything else, Omar?
I'm willing to pay attorney's fees also. If you can
Yeah, I
mention.
think that's the discussion during the consultation meeting. The consultation's free. That's the discussion between you and Michael. I don't know what he's willing to charge, or you guys have to have a conversation first before both sides agree on what's best. What's the best course of action?
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Omar? Anything else I can assist you with?
I'm sure there is. I just don't know what else to ask for help with.
No worries. If anything, you can give me a call back.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Have a good Thursday, and I'll speak to you soon.
Same to you. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You've reached John DeLeon. Please leave a message. Diane.
Hello, this is Omar.
Hi. I was trying to answer your call and I hung up, so I'm calling you back. This is Patrick.
Yes, Mr. DiPietro.
Yes.
Yes. I need to hire you as soon as possible, please. It's a case that involves a police officer retaliating against me because I told on him in the city of Miami.
Oh boy. Let's see. How did you decide to call me?
On the Florida Bar website, they told me to go on the Florida Bar website and to type in civil rights attorneys in Miami.
Right.
And
I appreciate that, and I'm very grateful for the call. I got to tell you, though, I'm very limited right now. I'm not even allowed to drive right now because I very recently had heart bypass surgery. So
I'm sorry.
I'm doing a lot better. It's been 2 weeks, but I'm not even allowed to drive at this point in time. Did you call me from a mobile number?
Yes, sir. This is my cell phone number.
Okay. So what I'll do is forward your information to another attorney and, and ask them if they know somebody who handles this sort of type of matter to please, help you out.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And I really hope you fully recover.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Catch you later. Okay. Bye.
So,
Brazil Dunn?
may I speak with Mr. Dunn, please?
I'm sorry, he is not available. Can I take a message?
Yes, I need to hire him as soon as possible for a case that involves a police officer retaliating against me and injuring me in the city of Miami.
Okay, what's your name?
My full name that's on the complaint is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. First name Omar, O-M-A-R. Middle name Mohsen Ibrahim, M-O-H-S-E-N. Ibrahim, I-B-R-A-H-I-M. My last name is Fuad, F-O-U-A-D. And the case number is on the Miami-Dade County Courthouse docket is 1-8 29755CA31.
And where is this again? In Miami, where?
It's the case is in the Miami-Dade County Courthouse. It happened because of the City of Miami police officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511.
Okay, what's your phone number?
772-538-8586.
Okay, tell me briefly what happened.
Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he pushed me in my chest 3 times, and I asked him if he could call his supervisor because I needed help filing a police report because people were making threats against me at my job after I filed more than 5 trespassing citations against people that were trying to rob me at the convenience store that I was managing in Miami. And the Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he didn't want to call his supervisor. And I started recording him with my phone, and then I asked him again. And when I started recording him with my phone, and he saw me recording him, that's when he called the supervisor. And then but he pushed me in my chest 3 times when I originally was asking him, and when I started recording him with my phone and asking him again, immediately after he pushed me in my chest, that's when he dispatched the supervisor. And then when the supervisor arrived, I told the supervisor what happened. The sergeant, supervisor's name is Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364 from the City of Miami Police Department. I told his supervisor, Sergeant Edwin Gomez, what happened, and then I told him what the officer did, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511. And as soon as I told on him for pushing me in my chest 3 times, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he put me in a chokehold, a very tight chokehold. And when I said I couldn't breathe, he twisted my neck to the right on purpose. And then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side, onto the concrete. And he did that in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364. And then shortly after, there was a PRI officer that arrived, police responding to the incident officer, named Leslie Diaz, badge number 40715. And he immediately confronted Officer Ronnie Rodriguez as soon as he walked onto that crime scene. And he asked him, he said, "Why'd you beat him up?" And the Officer Ronnie Rodriguez yelled at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And then that's when Officer Leslie Diaz told him to take me to the emergency room. And
is it Leslie Diaz, D-I-A-Z?
Leslier, Leslier, last name Diaz, Diaz.
Okay. Okay, were you arrested?
Yes, he arrested me, but
what was the arrest for?
The Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he lied on the police report. He said that he arrested me and brought me to the emergency room because I was walking into traffic. But that's a lie. I never walked into traffic, and he just didn't want to be honest and tell the truth that he beat me up. But it was witnessed by Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364, and then it was confessed to PRI Officer Leslie Diaz. His badge number is 40742. I just looked it up again.
I don't need all that right now. I just need a little bit of description of what happened.
Yes.
Okay, and when did this happen?
This happened on August 7th, 2018, at approximately 9:30 p.m. on the corner of 3rd and 7th, in front of the
2018.
Yes, yeah. It's.
Why are you just now calling about this?
I've been trying to do everything I possibly could, but when it happened, there was people harassing me after I reported it, and then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and they shut down the courthouse, and I ended up having to move from the city of Miami, and I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida, and I'm here for my safety because the harassment continued. And
okay, well, it's been a really long time. I'm not really sure he'll be able to help you, but I will leave him a message and I will have him give you a call back. Okay, it's 772-538-8586.
yes, he'll be able to help me. I've kept the courthouse and the judges and the state attorney's offices informed every step of the way, as I've been having to move, and the fact that I've been harassed, and the fact that I've been having to file injunctions against people who are harassing me, and reports.
Okay.
And the judicial assistant for one of the judges that they assigned to the case, Judge Spencer Ige.
Okay.
They told me to just refile the case, and the judge Spencer Ige at the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, when I presented the evidence to him originally, and there was a city of Miami attorney there named Douglas Harrison from the city of Miami attorney's office. The judge Spencer Ige, he said he's willing to give me relief. And
okay, all right. Well, let me get all this information to him, and I'll have him give you a call back. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, office.
Good afternoon. May I speak to Mr. Minoko?
He's not in the office. He's gone for the day. Can I help you with anything?
Yes, I need to hire him as soon as possible for a case that involves a police officer retaliating against me from the City of Miami Police Department.
I believe he doesn't do these type of cases, but I could double check with him. But let me.
It says that he helps people with civil rights violations on the Florida Bar website.
Okay, let me double check with him. What's your name and best callback number?
My name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. First name Omar, Omar. Last name Fuad, Fouad. And the case number is 1829755CA31. The case, I filed the case pro se with indigency status originally at the Miami-Dade County Courthouse after the officer put me in a chokehold, and then he twisted my neck to the right, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side because I told on him for pushing me in my chest before the Sergeant Edwin Gomez arrived. And I complained on a complaint form at the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, and they assigned a judge named Judge Spencer Ige to the case. And Judge Spencer Ige said he's willing to give me relief. But after he told me that, I wasn't able to continue going to court, and the case got dismissed because of a lack of prosecution. And he dismissed it without prejudice, and they told me to just refile the case. And I need help with that. I'm in Tallahassee, Florida now for my safety, because literally after I reported the case, people were harassing me, and then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and it was much more difficult to do anything because of the coronavirus pandemic, and they shut down the courthouse. And I'm in Tallahassee, Florida now. I was told
Okay.
that the case has turned into an equitable tolling remedy matter, and that's because I found out that I have injuries that I didn't know about, and they were from this particular police brutality case. And my neurologist here in Tallahassee told me I have nerve entrapment, and that's why my neck is always hurting and my hands and arms keep going numb, and that's from the officer twisting my neck to the right and picking me up and body slamming me onto the concrete. Yeah.
Okay.
And so I just need an attorney to help me at this point, please.
Okay, don't worry. I wrote everything down that you just told me. I'm going to go ahead and let him know. I don't think he's in tomorrow. But if you don't hear back from him tomorrow, the latest you'll hear back from him is Monday, because I think he's not coming in tomorrow. But I'll still let him know you called. I'll give him all these details, and he'll have it in his memo when he comes in on Monday.
Okay. All right.
Okay. What's your best callback number?
772-538-8586.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll let him know, okay?
Okay, should I email him the documentation so he could familiarize himself with the case?
You can email them to me, because it's better for me to have it, and I'll just hand it to him, just in case it goes to junk or something. So I could give you my email address.
Okay, what's your email?
It's J, P as in Peter, I-N, E, D as in dog, A, at, law, G as in girl, M as in mom, P as in Peter.com.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to send you over the documentation right now.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Bye. The time now is 3:58 p.m. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The duration of this audio transcript is 33 minutes and 4 seconds.
You've reached the voicemail of Judy Goldstein. I'm unable to come to the phone right now, but if you leave your name, number, and a brief message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
This is Alan Greenstein. I'm not available to take your call. Please leave a message when you hear the tone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling Jackson Lewis.
Good afternoon, Jackson Lewis. Am I direct your call?
May I speak to Attorney Lewis, please?
That's the name of the firm. We don't have someone by that name. Is there something I can help you with?
Yes, it says on the Florida Bar website that they help with civil rights cases.
We practice labor and employment, and we represent the employer, not the employee.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, may I speak to Miss Anderson?
This is Shay.
Miss Anderson, my name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. I found your phone number on the Florida Bar website under Civil Rights.
Okay.
Yes, I need to hire you as soon as possible, please, for a case that involves a police officer retaliating against me and injuring me because I told on him.
Okay. And is this, okay. So I am driving right now. So I am unable to take any notes. Let's see.
So I'll tell you exactly what happened, and also I could email you the documentation supporting what I'm saying, so you could familiarize yourself with the case.
It would be a lot easier if you can send me an email because I am about to reach my destination in like 2 minutes, and I'm gonna have to get off the phone. So yeah, I mean, if you have my email from the Florida Bar website, you can send me. If you can send me like a short summary of what happened. The date that it happened, and yes, if you have your supporting documentation, that would be great. So just so you're aware, I work for a legal nonprofit, which is the Southern Poverty Law Center, and then we'll have to go through our request for assistance process to determine whether or not we'll be able to take your case or whether we would need to refer you to another attorney or another organization. Okay?
Okay. Yes. So it's in this 2 minutes I could sum it up for you really quickly. I was I was attempted to be murdered by Officer Ronnie Rodriguez from the City of Miami Police Department because I told on him for pushing me in my chest 3 times before his sergeant arrived. And when his sergeant arrived, I told his sergeant what he did, and the officer Ronnie Rodriguez put me in a chokehold. Very tight chokehold, and when I said I couldn't breathe, he twisted my neck to the right, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side, and he did that in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department. And then PRI officer, police responding to the incident officer, Leslie Diaz, arrived, and he immediately confronted him and said, "Why'd you beat him up?" And Officer Ronnie Rodriguez yelled at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And then Officer Leslie Diaz told him to take me to the emergency room. And then they took me to the emergency room, and Officer Ronnie Rodriguez falsified the police report and wrote that he arrested me and brought me to the emergency room because I was walking into traffic, and that's not true at all. Once they released me from the hospital, and there was a court hearing at the hospital with Judge Alvin Boleyn Jr., Judge Alvin Boleyn Jr., he said that the officer beat me up, and the doctors saw signs of bruising also, and there was no reason for them to keep me at that hospital jail setting there. So he released me from the hospital. And there were 2 public defenders that they assigned to the case to help me, and there was a prosecutor and the judge on the case. His name is Judge Alvin Boleyn Jr., and so I took that documentation, specifically the documentation that the judge wrote that I was beaten up by the police, and for them to release me from the hospital immediately. And I took that documentation to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, and I told them what happened.
Please, I'll to cut you off. I have to go. So if you can you?
Yeah, I'm gonna email you the documentation from the court hearing from Judge Alvin Boleyn Jr. and the docket from the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, so you could see what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Time now is 4:15 p.m. Today's Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The duration of this audio transcript is 7 minutes.
Hello, this is Val.
Hi, hello, Val. I need to hire you as soon as possible for a case that involves a police officer retaliating against me and injuring me.
I'm not taking on any more cases right now. Are you a registrant?
I'm a student here in Tallahassee, Florida now. But I was
Oh,
yes.
what happened?
When I was in Miami, I told on a police officer from the City of Miami Police Department because he pushed me in my chest 3 times. And,
Was this at a demonstration?
no, this was it's happened in front of Publix. In the City of Miami, and on the corner of 3rd and 7th, in front of Publix in downtown Miami. The officer pushed me in my chest 3 times, and I told his Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, that he pushed me. And when I told his sergeant that, the officer put me in a chokehold, a very tight chokehold, and then when I said I couldn't breathe, the officer put me in when I said I couldn't breathe, the officer twisted my neck to the right on purpose.
Jesus.
And then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side.
Oh my God.
And then there was a PRI officer that arrived, named PRI officer Leslie Diaz, and he immediately walked onto that crime scene and confronted him and said, "Why'd you beat him up?" And then Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, the officer who beat me up, yelled at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere," and beat the SHIT out of him some more.
Jesus Christ.
And then PRI officer Leslie Diaz told him to take me to the emergency room. And they took me to the emergency room, and the Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, falsified the police report and said that he arrested me and brought me to the emergency room because I was walking into traffic. And that's not true. I didn't walk into any traffic. And then there was a court hearing while I was at the hospital on the 10th day that I was there.
What were your injuries?
I have injuries to my neck. I have injuries to my arms. I have injuries to my back and my legs. There's a neurologist here in Tallahassee who recently told me that I have injuries that I wasn't aware of. He said that it's called nerve entrapment. And that's why my neck is always hurting, and my hands and arms.
Oh my God, you poor thing. How long were you in the hospital altogether?
Well, I was there for 10 days, and then they had a court hearing at the hospital with Judge Alvin Balint Jr., and he told them to immediately release me from the hospital because there was no reason for them to keep me at that hospital jail setting because I was beaten up by the police, and the doctors even saw signs of bruising, and there was no reason for them to keep me at that hospital jail setting. And there was 2 prosecutors, there was 2 public defenders who were there defending me, and there was a prosecutor there, and there was 2 doctors there. And the judge gave me, when they released me from the hospital, they gave me the documentation that the judge signed off on, stating that the judge said himself that I was beaten up by the police, and they need to release me from the hospital. I then took that documentation to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse and complained to them, and they told me to write the complaint on a civil cover sheet, complaint form, and the packet of documents they gave me, and they'll assign a judge to the case. And then they assigned the judge to the case, and the judge's name is Judge Spencer Eig. And I presented the evidence to Judge Spencer Eig, while there was an attorney named Douglas Harrison from the City of Miami Attorney's Office that was there. And Judge Spencer Eig said he's willing to give me relief. And then he said it's going to be an outpatient procedure, and the City of Miami Attorney's Office need me to get evaluated by their doctors with the outpatient procedure. And I said, okay, so when are we going to do this? And he said the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me. And I said, okay. And then I left with the City of Miami Attorney's Office never called me. And then I started getting harassed after that. And then
How?
People were following me everywhere I was going. People were purposely saying things and doing things to try to scare me.
You mean strangers?
Strangers, and but the way they were harassing me was really advanced. Like it could have only been to that level of harassment if it was either a police officer or a police officer's friends, because they were also hacking my phones. They were electronically harassing me. They were doing so many things that it was like a high tech type of harassment. They knew everywhere I was going. They harassed me at the grocery stores when I'd go to the grocery stores. They harassed me when I'd go to the library. Everywhere I was going, even when I went to the doctors, they were harassing me. And then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and they shut down the courthouse. And after that,
How long ago was the injury?
This happened on August 7th, 2018. And I literally I literally had to move, and I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida for my safety. But I kept the courthouse and the judges and the state attorney's offices informed every step of the way, and they're aware. And they told me to just refile the case, and that's just what I need help. I just need help refiling the case.
I don't know what you mean by refiling. I'll tell you this, though, that, let's say you wanted to bring a federal civil rights action against them. You really had 4 years within which to do so. So that the time for that has passed. Now, I don't know about the impact of whatever you filed on that. I'm not taking any cases right now. I suggest that you find somebody in Tallahassee that you want to work with. And let me ask, I just find a lawyer up there. I'm in Miami. I know you need the suit brought down here, though. That's true. But I don't do that kind of, I'm not taking on those kinds of cases right now.
I understand.
How did you get my number?
From the Florida Bar website under civil rights.
I see.
I was told to just refile the case and mention the equitable tolling.
I see.
And they said the equitable tolling, it eliminates the statute of limitations, especially in cases like mine, where I found out that I have injuries that I wasn't aware of. And as I mentioned, my neurologist here in Tallahassee recently told me that I have nerve entrapment. That's why my hands...
I'm sorry. I mean, I listened to you because I feel so terrible for you. Really terrible for you. Terrible for you. But I can't represent you. I'm not taking any new cases now. I'm sorry.
I understand.
I'm so sorry.
Is there any way maybe I could kind of refile the case myself?
I wouldn't know. I'm so sorry. I can't advise you about that. I don't know enough about whatever proceeding you're involved in.
Well, what I'm saying is,
if that's what they're telling you to do.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not familiar with the online portal to refile it from Tallahassee. But if you can kind of just guide me through it, I could just refile it the same way I wrote it down on the document and presented it to the judge from Tallahassee.
I'm sorry. I cannot help you with this. I'm very, very sorry.
Okay.
Just call another lawyer who's on that list, okay?
Okay. Well, what should I tell them to encourage them to help me? Because I'm calling attorneys and I'm telling them the truth of exactly what happened, and a lot of them, they're saying the same thing, that they're not able to help me.
What's your name?
Omar. My full name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. My first name is Omar. My middle. Okay. Gotcha.
Let me ask you something, Omar, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Please do not take this the wrong way, okay? I don't mean any offense with this question, but it's something I feel that I need to ask.
Okay.
In order to figure out, why people are turning you away. I'm turning you away because I haven't taken a new case in a while, because I'm not taking any new cases right now, because my plate is full, okay? It wouldn't be fair to any client for me to take a new case. It wouldn't be fair to clients I have, and it wouldn't be fair to any new clients. It just wouldn't be. I can't. Have you ever had any mental health assistance?
Yes, yeah, especially for this case.
I'm not talking just about this case. Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness?
Yeah, they told me that I have PTSD from this case. They told me that, that's one of the things they told me. I have post-traumatic stress disorder, and that's what the doctor diagnosed me with. At the emergency room when they had me there for 10 days. and they had the court hearing with Judge Alvin Boleyn Jr. The doctor's name is Dr. McLeod.
I really want to help you, but I can't. I'm so sorry. I can't. Let me make a suggestion to you. Have you been in touch with any of your public defenders since this case is over?
Yes, I tried to reach out to Public Defender Julianne DeMaria and Public Defender Hugh Keoth. And when I tried to call their office, they said the same thing. They said they can't help me. I asked them if they could just send me some kind of documentation, other than, the documentation given to me by the Judge Alvin Boleyn Jr., and they said they couldn't help me. And I was asking for some documentation from them.
Listen, I'm in the middle of a deadline now. Right now, as we sit here, I'm trying to meet a deadline for tomorrow. I cannot talk to you about this right now. I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. I wish that I could help you. You were obviously brutalized by the City of Miami Police Department, which I well know is capable of terrible brutality. Do you have any documents you can send me? Like, can you send me whatever it was you filed down here?
Yes, absolutely. I'll email you right now.
Thank you.
I'll email you right now the documentation that the judge gave me from the court hearing at the hospital, and the documentation from the docket when I filed the case pro se at the Miami-Dade County Courthouse. I'll email it to you right now.
Thank you.
Yes,
Do you have my email address?
Yes, it says ValerieJonas77@gmail.com.
Correct. And send me your contact information with when you send it to me, okay?
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I have to get off now.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, my email address is Due Diligence Corporate.
No, I'll see when you send it to me. That's how I'll get your email address, right?
Yes. Well, just so you know, my email address.
I'm not going to write it down right now. I'm in the middle of a deadline. I'm not writing it down.
No,
You're going to send it. You know my email address. So if you email me at my address, I will know yours. Okay?
Yes. The subject title is going to say police brutality case. So
that's fine. I'll look for it. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
The time now is 4:32 p.m. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The duration of this audio transcript is 13 minutes and 37 seconds.
Tom Julian?
Mr. Julian, my name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. I need to hire you as soon as possible for a case that involves a police officer retaliating against me from the City of Miami Police Department.
I really don't handle that type of case, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I got your number from the Florida Bar website under civil rights.
Yeah. Yes, but I don't handle police retaliation cases. I do First Amendment cases of a different type, usually representing media companies. And you need a plaintiff's lawyer. I usually do defense cases. You need a plaintiff's lawyer that does civil rights cases. You might try Benji Waxman.
Benji Waxman.
Waxman. He's with Roy Black's firm.
Benji Waxman.
Yeah. It's Benjamin Waxman.
I see it. Roy Black.
Yeah. Is the firm. It's Roy Black's firm.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good luck with that.
Thank
you. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. No es posible.
course, the number is not working.
Hello?
Hello, may I speak to Mr. Waxman?
That's me.
Mr. Waxman, my name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. I need to hire you as soon as possible for a case that involves a police officer injuring me because I told on him.
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of probably not available for that right now. Where are you from?
Well, I'm in Tallahassee, Florida now for my safety. But there was an officer named Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511 from the City of Miami Police Department. He pushed me in my chest 3 times, and I told on him. And when I told on him, he
told on him in what way?
I told his Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364 from the City of Miami Police Department. And when I told on him, the Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he put me in a chokehold, very tight chokehold. And when I said I couldn't breathe, he purposely twisted my neck to the right. And then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side onto the concrete. And then he arrested me and he falsified the police report. And he said that he arrested me and brought me.
What did you say about the police report? He falsified?
Yeah, he falsified the police report, and he wrote that he arrested me and brought me to the hospital because I was walking into traffic, and that's not true. I never walked into traffic, and he just didn't want to tell the truth about him purposely retaliating against me.
Were there other witnesses there, or was it just you and him?
No, Sergeant Edwin Gomez arrived, and when he arrived, I told on him for pushing me in my chest 3 times, and that's when Officer Ronnie Rodriguez retaliated against me and injured me.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying, sounds to me like it's their word against you. Gomez is going to support the guy that body slammed you and put you in the chokehold. I think. I don't know.
Well, there was also a PRI officer, police responding to the incident officer, named PRI Officer Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742. He arrived to that crime scene after, and he confronted Officer Ronnie Rodriguez immediately. He said, "Why did you beat him up?" And Officer Ronnie Rodriguez yelled at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And then PRI Officer Leslie Diaz told him to take me to the emergency room. And then they took me to the emergency room, and they kept me there for 10 days. And then the 10th day, we had a court hearing with Judge Alvin Balint Jr., and there were 2 public...
Where was this? Where was this again? In Miami?
Yes, sir. This was in...
I don't even know who that judge is, but... So was this a Baker Act hearing?
Yeah, they had a judge there, and it was a probate court. The documentation said probate on it.
Well, it was a Baker Act hearing. They were saying that you were a danger to yourself and others, I presume?
I'm not sure about that, but because I didn't do anything wrong. But they said, the judge said on the documentation, he said I was beaten up by the police, and the doctors saw signs of bruising as well, and there was no reason for them to keep me at that hospital jail setting, and they need to immediately release me from the hospital. And there was also a prosecutor there named Prosecutor Lourdes, and there were 2 public defenders there that they assigned to help me. Public Defender Julianne D. Maria and Public Defender Hugh Keoth, and there were 2 doctors there as well.
It was a Baker Act hearing.
Yeah, and then...
which they have for the reasons I said, because they're claiming that you're a danger to yourself and others as a result of some kind of mental illness.
Yeah, I'm assuming so as well. Yeah, because the officer, he falsified the police report, and he wrote that I was walking into traffic. That's why he arrested me and brought me to the emergency room. But that's not true.
And who else besides yourself would say that's not true?
The judge ruled it. He said I was beaten up by the police, and they need to release me from the hospital immediately.
Have you have you written all of this up? Like, so
Yes.
you've got, like, you just recited a bunch of information to me that you obviously have in writing, and it's important that you preserve it.
Correct. Yes. I have the documentation that was given to me by the judge. I'm literally emailing it to you right now. At bwaxman@royblack.com.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to help you, but I can try to refer you to someone. But it's how did you get my name, by the way?
There was an attorney on the Florida Bar website under civil rights. He specifically told me to call you.
Who is that? Do you know? I'm just curious.
Yeah. I have to go back to the website. I'm just putting the docket file and the documentation I just mentioned to you on the email. Hold on 1 second. The attorney's name is Mr. Thomas Richard Julin from
Tom Julin.
Tom Julin, yes. The law firm that he works at is Gunster.
Gunster. Yeah, Yoakley.
Yoakley and Stewart, PA, in Miami.
Yep. No, I know Tom. Well, listen, what I would do is, do you have an email address?
Yes, I'm literally sending you the email now. The subject title says police brutality case. My email address is duediligencecorporate@gmail.com. That's my personal email. I made it with the name Due Diligence Corporate so it could be recognized the best way possible by the courts, to show them that I'm trying to do everything I possibly could with the knowledge that I have.
And have you been charged? Have you been arrested for anything?
Yeah. They charged me, but the judge, he told them to release me. And
well, just because they release you doesn't mean they've dismissed the charges. Those are two separate things. One has to do with your detention and your custody, and the other has to do with whether you're going to face criminal charges.
Yeah. So what I did was immediately once I was released from the hospital, I took the documentation that I just emailed to you. It says probate division, the case number 20184772MH02. I took that documentation to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, and I told them what the officer did to me, and they told me to write exactly what they did to me on the complaint form. And they said on the complaint form, there's going to be a packet of documents. It has a civil cover sheet and several other documents. They said just to fill in each line, and it'll tell me exactly what I need to write. And then they said to give it to the clerk of courts, and they're going to assign a judge to the case. And then they assigned Judge Spencer Eig to the case. And I presented the evidence to Judge Spencer Eig in courtroom 505. And they also had a City of Miami attorney there named Douglas Harrison from the City of Miami Attorney's Office. And I presented the evidence to Judge Spencer Eig. And
what do you mean you presented the evidence? You mean you told your story?
Yeah, I told Judge Spencer Eig exactly what happened, and I showed him I showed him pictures of the injuries on my body. And
when did all this occur?
This happened on August 7th, 2018. And
well, you should make that point clear, because you called me up as if this happened yesterday.
Yeah, well,
that's what I understood.
Yeah, well, the thing is that they told me to refile the case.
That's an important point to say that this is all how long ago is that? It's 6 years ago.
Yes, they told me, but the thing is, I had to move from South Florida to Tallahassee for my safety, and they told me the presentation you made to Judge Eig, that was years ago. Yes, and Judge Eig, he said that he's willing to give me relief, and after he told me that, literally I was getting harassed everywhere I went, and then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and they shut down the courthouses.
Well, they weren't actually shut down. That's not quite right, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry, sir. I can't really help you.
Well, you could, though, because they told me to just refile the case after I kept them informed about me having to move for my safety. And I kept them informed every step of the way with doctor's appointments and my new addresses. And they told me to just refile the case with the equitable tolling. And they said the equitable tolling would eliminate the statute of limitations, especially in cases like mine where I recently found out from my neurologist here in Tallahassee that I have injuries that I wasn't aware of because of this police brutality case. And he told me I have nerve entrapment. That's why my neck is always hurting.
So were you ever prosecuted for, or did you have some kind of resolution of criminal charges against you for either for I don't know. Did you ever have any criminal charges filed against you based on this?
Well, I just sent you
I know, but I'm not reading it from my computer. I'm talking to you on the phone right now.
Yes, sir. But when I filed the case in the civil courthouse, they ended up the case.
What's your name, sir? Again?
Omar Mohsen.
Omar. No, just Omar. So Omar, what usually when criminal charges are filed, you don't file them. The state of Florida files them against you. And you either go to trial or there's a plea offer, and you're either charged with disorderly conduct or battery on a police officer or something like that, and they threaten you with going to jail. Did that ever happen?
Yes, it did happen. That they did try to.
Okay, well that's what I was asking. And what was the resolution? How did that end up, the criminal charges? Did you go to jail? Did you enter a plea bargain?
I don't know.
Did you go to trial?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I ended up having to leave because people kept harassing me. And
No, I know, but you would remember if you went to jail because of this, or if you entered a plea bargain where they agreed to reduce the charges in exchange for your guilty plea, because that all affects your ability to file a civil claim.
Well, yeah, see, I don't know, to be honest with you. All I know is what they did to me and what they told me to do after I told them what they did to me. And I did exactly what they said. I presented the evidence to the judge. The judge said he's willing to give me relief, and he said the only thing that he needs me to do is to get evaluated by the City of Miami Attorney's Office doctors, and it's going to be an outpatient procedure. And I said, okay, when are we going to do that? And he said that the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me, and they never called me. And then I started getting harassed after that, and then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and then I ended up having to move. And I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida, but I kept them informed every step of the way. And
I don't know how much any of that helps you, but in any event, I'll look at what you've got. I will have your email address, and I'll try to email you. The best thing to do is to get in touch with the Miami-Dade County Bar Referral Service.
Yes,
they have. Yes,
sir. That's what I did, and they referred me to several attorneys. And one of the attorneys recently, he wasn't able to help me, and they told me to go onto the website and to type in civil rights and to call the civil rights attorneys that are listed there on the Florida Bar website.
And did you?
Well, yeah, that's how I was referred to you.
Yeah, but I can't help you, so I guess I'm telling you to go back and go to the next person and see if they're able to or interested in helping you. I mean, you see what happens, Omar, is people have only limited time, and so they make, I assume you're not looking at paying an attorney an hourly rate. You're hoping someone's going to take up your cause and then get paid out of anything you win from your legal case. Is that right?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I could pay attorney's fees, or, if somebody could kind of just guide me in the right direction, I could refile the case myself the same way that I wrote it down on the documentation in physical form and handed it to the clerk of courts and then presented.
Most people aren't going to help you do that. That's just not how the lawyers operate. They either decide to take a case or they decide that it's not worth it, and they decide that they don't want to do that. And so I'm just saying that I'm not in a position to help you, and that you just need to go back to your list and go to the next lawyer and see if that lawyer is interested in helping you. I just can't help you any further, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, if I pay you, could you help me?
No, I really can't, because I don't work in that way. And so you maybe you need to go see a lawyer in Tallahassee if that's where you are, so you can maybe pay someone for a visit there. You can get a consultation and they can explain your case to you better. But I just can't help you, sir. I'm sorry. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Kaplan.
Yeah, may I speak to Mr. Kaplan?
Who's calling?
My name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad.
Yes, how can I help you?
Yes, is this Matt?
Yes, how can I help you?
Yes, Mr. Kaplan. I need to hire you as soon as possible for a case that involves an officer from the city of Miami Police Department purposely injuring me because I told him.
I'm not interested in that type of case.
But could I pay you to help me?
No, I'm sorry. I don't know how you got my name, but I'm not interested in bringing a civil rights lawsuit.
I obtained your information from the Florida Bar website under civil rights.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm not taking that type of case at the moment. I'm sorry about that. I'm sure there's other people out there that may, but I'm not right now. I cannot. I'm not taking federal court cases, which is that type of case.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, but I can't accept it. So I wish you the best of luck. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
I can give you the name of someone who may.
Yes, please.
You can let him know I sent you. His name is Daniel Courtney. Are you there?
Yes.
And his office number is 305-579-0008.
Okay. All right.
Got it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Daniel Courtney.
Mr. Courtney, I need to hire you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm his legal assistant. Sorry about that.
Yes, I need to hire Mr. Courtney as soon as possible for a case that involves a police officer injuring me because I told on him.
Give me a second, please. Okay, give me 1 second. How were you referred to Mr. Courtney? Like, how did you hear about it?
There was a gentleman I was just speaking to. His name is Mr. Matthew Evan Kaplan.
Kaplan?
Yes.
Okay. So, police officer. What is your name?
My name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad.
So Like your last name, I believe.
Yes, Fouad.
Okay. So Omar Fouad. Okay. So give me 1 second. Can I get your phone number?
Yes, 772-538-8586.
Okay. Is there a good email? Well, actually, give me 1 second. Let me call someone to see if they could help me with this. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Briefly describe to me what happened, Mr. Omar.
Yes, absolutely. There was an officer named Officer Ronnie Rodriguez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 42511. He pushed me in my chest 3 times, and I told on him for doing that. And specifically, I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 2364.
Give me 1 second.
I also...
I'm sorry. You told who? You told, did you tell that officer? Sorry, again, I'm sorry?
I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 2364. And when I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez, there was the same officer who injured me, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez. He put me in a chokehold, a very tight chokehold. And then when I said I couldn't breathe, he purposely twisted my neck to the right. And then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side. And then he arrested me. And then shortly after, there was a PRI officer who arrived. After that was witnessed by Sergeant Edwin Gomez. And the PRI officer, Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742 from the City of Miami Police Department. He immediately...
Take the badge number again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
PRI officer Leslie Diaz, his badge number is 40742. And he immediately confronted Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And Officer Ronnie Rodriguez ended up yelling at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere," and beat the SHIT out of him some more. And then PRI officer Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742, told him to take me to the emergency room. And then they took me to the emergency room, and we had a court hearing at the emergency room at Jackson Memorial Hospital with Judge Alvin Ballant Jr. And Judge Alvin Ballant Jr. told them to immediately release me from the hospital because I was beaten up by the police, and the doctors saw signs of bruising, and there was no reason for them to keep me at the hospital. I didn't do anything wrong. And
give me 1 second. Yeah, give me 1 second because I'm writing some notes. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just emailed you the documentation that I just mentioned to you about, specifically the documentation from the court hearing with Judge Alvin Ballant Jr. And
who did you email? Because I believe you might have emailed the attorney.
Hold on, let me see. 1 second.
You could send it to so the email. Well, just give me a second as I write down these notes because I'm gonna have to give a call to him.
Okay.
See the answers. So, confronted Rodriguez. Let's do Diaz. Confronted Rodriguez. And he said, what was it that Rodriguez said to Leslie?
Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742. He said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." He said the word SHIT. But PRI officer Leslie Diaz, he didn't let him do that. He told him to take me to the emergency room. And
I have a question. What is the reason why the police were there?
So there was a police officer in front of Publix, and I asked him if I may approach him, and I then told him that I need to file a police report because somebody was making threats at my job because I filed more than 5.
You work at Publix?
No, I was managing a convenience store in Model City, Miami. It was approximately 20 minutes from that Publix in downtown Miami. That's located on the corner of 3rd and 7th in downtown Miami, in front of the soccer field. And I was managing a convenience store in Model City, Miami, and I had to file more than 5 trespassing citations against several people who were trying to rob me at gunpoint, people who were stealing from the store, people who were selling drugs outside in front of the store, and customers were scared to go to the store. And I filed several trespassing citations against those people, and then people started making threats against me. So I filed a police report. I mean, I tried to file a police report, and the officer Ronnie Rodriguez, ended up pushing me in my chest 3 times when I was asking.
No, but so my question is, how did that altercation very begin? Did you mentioned that you went to that you were at Publix and you walked up to an officer asking if you could approach him?
Yes. So first, I was fired from my job because people were making threats, and the owner of the store told me that he has to fire me. And I asked him, I said, well, just call the police like I did. And he said, no, I have to fire you. And I asked him, I said, well, can I at least get my overtime pay? And he said, no. So I said, okay, well, you'll be hearing from my attorneys. And then I left. And then I contacted my mom, and I texted my mom what happened. And she texted me back and said, call the police. And literally there was a Publix literally 5 minutes walking distance from where I was living in downtown Miami. And I was walking to the Publix as I was conversating with my mom on the text message, and I saw a police officer was right there in front of Publix. So I asked him if I may approach him, and then I explained to him the situation and that I needed to file a police report. And then the officer ended up pushing me in my chest 3 times.
That was Officer Rodriguez, correct?
Yes, badge number 42511. And then there was a Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department who arrived, and I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez that Officer Ronnie Rodriguez.
I'm sorry. Was this simultaneously, he arrived at the same time as this happened, him pushing you?
No.
Or was this he called for him?
Yeah, I asked Officer Ronnie Rodriguez multiple times if he could call a supervisor, and he wasn't willing to call the supervisor. And then I started recording him with my phone because he pushed me in my chest 3 times, and then I asked him to call the supervisor, and he wouldn't call the supervisor. So I started recording him with my phone, and then I asked him for help again. And when he saw me recording him, that's when he dispatched the supervisor to arrive. And then the supervisor that arrived, his name is Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364. And then I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez what happened and that I need help to file a police report. And then after I told him that, I told him what the officer, Ronnie Rodriguez, did before he arrived, which is he pushed me in my chest 3 times. And then when I told on him, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he put me in a chokehold, a very tight chokehold. And then when I said I couldn't breathe, he twisted my neck to the right on purpose. And then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side onto the concrete. And he did that in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez. And then after he body slammed me onto the concrete, he arrested me and put me in the backseat of the police car. And then PRI officer Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742, arrived, and he confronted Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And then Officer Ronnie Rodriguez ended up yelling at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And then Officer Leslie Diaz told him to take him to the emergency room. And then we had a court hearing at the emergency room with Judge Alvin Valente Jr., prosecutor... Judge Alvin Valente Jr., first name Alvin, Alvin, and then last name Valente, Balent, and then Jr., J.R. And then there was a prosecutor there named Prosecutor Lourdes, and then there were two public defenders that they assigned to the case to help me, Julianne D. Maria and Hugh Keoth. And they proved that I didn't do anything wrong and that I was beaten up by the police. And the judge, that's what he wrote on the documentation, that I was beaten up by the police. The doctors saw signs of bruising, and there was no reason for them to keep me at that hospital jail setting, and they need to immediately release me from the hospital. And then the judge signed off on that documentation. And then also there was a judge named George E. Cueto, first name circuit court judge, first name Jorge, middle initial E, last name Cueto. He also signed the documentation. And then when they released me from the hospital with that documentation, I took that documentation to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, and I told them what the police officer did to me. And they told me to write exactly what he did to me on a complaint form. And they said they're going to give me a packet of documents, and then to fill out the packet of documents, and it'll tell me exactly what I need to write, and just write exactly what they did to me. So I did that, and then they assigned a judge named Judge Spencer Eig.
So there's a case already created for this, correct?
Yes, the case number is 18297-55CA31.
557. Wait, say it again. 18297.
55CA31. And I presented the evidence to Judge Spencer Eig, and he said he's willing to give me relief. And he said that in front of the City of Miami attorney named Douglas Harrison from the City of Miami Attorney's Office. And he said the only thing that he needs me to do is to get evaluated by the City of Miami Attorney's Office's doctors. And I said, okay, when are we going to do that? And he said it's going to be an outpatient procedure, and the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me to tell me when we're going to do that. And they never called me. And then,
I'm sorry, I just do have a question. How long do you believe you were on the floor for? Like when he put you in a chokehold, or when he body slammed you? How long was that? That timeline when Officer Rodriguez said that?
When he body slammed me, and then he immediately picked me back up, and he took everything out of my pockets, and then he put me in handcuffs, and then he put me in the backseat of the police car. And then immediately, as soon as he did that and put me in the backseat of the police car, I saw Sergeant Edwin Gomez, who witnessed that. He left, and then PRI officer Leslie Diaz arrived shortly after, and that's when PRI officer Leslie Diaz immediately walked onto that crime scene with another PRI officer named Officer Abello, and they were both smoking large cigars, and Officer Leslie Diaz was the one who immediately walked up to Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And that's when...
Okay, so, give me a second. Let me try to give this my colleague a call to see if what we can do about this, if I could give you an answer, if we could help you or not. But if not, I'll give you a call tomorrow during the morning, okay? So I'm going to just put you on hold.
Okay. Is the correct email to send this same documentation that I just mentioned to you? Should I send it to dc@danielcourtneylaw.com?
No, you can send it to my email because he's not in the office and he's working from home, so I'd have to give him a call directly. But you could send it to. Give me 1 second. So if you've already sent it to him, that's fine. We'll take a look at it tomorrow, but let me call him and see what he thinks about just the information that I have right now, and whether it's something that we're able to represent you with. Okay.
Okay. I kept the judge and the courthouse and the state attorney's offices informed every step of the way, because I literally had to move from Miami to Tallahassee for my safety, because they started harassing me a lot after that court hearing, and then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and
So when did the altercation happen? I don't know, you mentioned it.
It happened on August 7th, 2018. At approximately 9:30 p.m. And like I said, I kept him informed about the situation every step of the way. Me going to the doctor's appointments, me having to change my address, the harassment that I kept receiving, me having to file injunctions against the people who are harassing me, and all those things, so they could see that I'm doing everything I possibly could, but I'm not able to continue going to court. And I called the courthouse, and they told me to just refile the case. And
let me call my colleague to see if I could give you an answer today or by tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, and also they told me to just refile the case and mention equitable tolling, and they said the equitable tolling will eliminate the statute of limitations, especially in cases like mine, because I recently found out that I have injuries that I wasn't aware of because of this police brutality case. And one of several is the injuries that I was diagnosed with by my neurologist, Dr. Winston Ortiz, here in Tallahassee. He told me I have nerve entrapment. That's why my neck keeps hurting and my hands and arms keep going numb. And that's from the officer twisting my neck.
Okay. So give me a second, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes. Hello?
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. Anyways, so we'll be giving you a call tomorrow morning because I just spoke to my colleague and she said that we'll speak to him tomorrow morning as soon as he comes in.
Okay. Should I email you the documentation, or?
Yeah, you if you emailed it to Daniel, let me see. Let me make sure you sent it to his email. So if you emailed it to DC at danielcourtneylaw.com.
Yes.
If you emailed it to that email, he should receive it. If not, you can email it to my email, which is, so the email I am using, give me 1 second. So it's Nick, Nick, at danielcourtneylaw.com.
Nick, NICK, at DANIELCOURTNEYLAW.com.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I get your email as well?
Yes, absolutely. So I just emailed it to you right now. The same email I forwarded it to you at 5:23 p.m. The subject title, it says police brutality case. And my email address is duediligencecorporate@gmail.com. That's my personal email address.
Okay, so I haven't received anything.
Says it was sent at 5:23 p.m. It says May 9th, 2024. I sent it to...
Okay, I just received it. Omar, yeah.
Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad.
Yeah, okay. So we'll take a look at this tomorrow when we call in to see if we can give you an answer. But other than that, can I get your email? Oh, you just sent me an email.
Do you see the attachment also of the case docket as well as the
the case number?
Yeah, there's
your name. Yeah.
There's a PDF file with the case number. It says 1829755CA31.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 3 pictures of the documentation given to me by Judge Alvin Blint Jr.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Right.
Okay. So I'll give you a call tomorrow, or when either me, Daniel, or a woman named Maria will give you a call regarding this. But yeah, so okay, that'd be it for now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nick.
You're welcome. Bye.
Time now is 5:24 p.m. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The duration of this audio transcript is now 49 minutes and 49 seconds.
Richard Clue.
Mr. Clue, good afternoon, sir. My name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I obtained your phone number from the Florida Bar website under Civil Rights.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Could I hire you, please, for a case that I need representation on?
I'm not taking cases right now. I might be able to refer somebody to you if you give me a call next week. Thank you. Gotta go. Sorry.
Kolsky?
Mr. Kolsky, my name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Foued. I got your phone number from the Florida Bar website under civil rights. I need your help. I need to hire you to represent me in a case that involves Officer Ronnie Rodriguez from the City of Miami Police Department putting me in a chokehold and then twisting my neck to the right and then body slamming me on the concrete because I told on him for pushing me in my chest 3 times.
I do not handle cases like that, which fall into the realm of police brutality. My civil rights practice is geared towards employment discrimination type cases. I do not handle police brutality cases.
Could I email you the documentation that they gave me, and maybe you could kind of refer me to somebody who could help me?
Well, I would recommend that. I don't even know of anybody that does that work, but I could recommend that you. Where are you located? I guess you're somewhere in Miami-Dade County, right?
Well, I had to move from Miami-Dade County for my safety because I started getting harassed a lot after I reported the case, and I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida, for my safety.
Okay. Have you filed a complaint with the police department?
Yes, I filed a complaint with the police department, and we also had a court hearing at Jackson Memorial Hospital with Judge Alvin Balint Jr., and he told them to immediately release me from the hospital because I was beaten up by the police, and the doctors even...
So you were arrested in addition to being
beaten up by the police. Yes, sir. Yeah, the officer, he falsified the police report and wrote that he arrested me and took me to the emergency room because I was walking into traffic, and that's a lie. I never walked into traffic. The officer was just trying to get away with him literally attempting to murder me because I told on him.
And what motivated him to attack you?
I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 2364, that Officer Ronnie Rodriguez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 42511, pushed me in my chest 3 times before he arrived. And as soon as I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364, that Officer Ronnie Rodriguez pushed me in my chest 3 times, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez put me in a chokehold. And as soon as I said I couldn't breathe, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez twisted my neck to the right on purpose, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez. And then he took everything out of my pockets, arrested me, put me in the backseat of the police vehicle, and then Sergeant Edwin Gomez had left after Officer Ronnie Rodriguez did that. And then PRI Officer Leslie Diaz arrived, badge number 40742, and he immediately walked up to Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and confronted him and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And Officer Ronnie Rodriguez yelled at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And then PRI Officer Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742, told him to take me to the emergency room. And then they took me to the emergency room, and then I was at the emergency room at Jackson Memorial Hospital, and the 10th day that I was there, we had a court hearing with Judge Alvin Balint Jr., and Judge Alvin Balint Jr. told them to immediately release me from the hospital because I didn't do anything wrong, and I was beaten up by the police. And
did the police charge you with any crime at the time of your arrest?
Yeah, they charged me, and I know they charged me with something because they assigned 2 public defenders to represent me at that court hearing. And there was also a prosecutor named Prosecutor Lourdes, and there was also 2 doctors there. And the doctors saw signs of bruising, and that's what they also told the judge. And the judge also, he stated for them to release me from the hospital because I was beaten up by the police, and that the doctors also saw signs of bruising, and there was no reason for them to keep me at that hospital and to release me. And then they gave me the documentation that the judge signed off on, as well as Judge George EQUITABLE, the circuit court judge, also signed off on it. And I took that documentation to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse. I told them what Officer Ronnie Rodriguez did to me, and they told me to write that on a complaint form, as well as the packet of documents that had the silver cover sheet and a subpoena, and they're going to assign a judge to the case. And they assigned Judge Spencer Eig in courtroom 505 at the time, and I presented the evidence to Judge Spencer Eig, and there was also a City of Miami attorney there named Douglas Harrison from the City of Miami Attorney's Office, and Judge Spencer Eig said he's willing to give me relief, and the only thing he needs me to do is to get evaluated by the City of Miami Attorney's Office doctors. And I said, okay. And he said it's going to be an outpatient procedure. And I asked him, okay, when are we going to do this? And then he said the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me to tell me when we're going to do that. And they never called me. And then I started getting harassed after that court hearing. And I had to file several injunctions against the people who were harassing me. And then the coronavirus pandemic happened. And then I had to move from Miami, and I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida for my safety. And I kept the judge, I kept the state attorney's offices informed about me having to move and the fact that I was getting harassed. And they told me to just refile the case. And I was also told to mention equitable tolling, because equitable tolling is going to eliminate the statute of limitations, especially in cases like mine where I recently found out about injuries I wasn't aware of because of this police brutality case. Specifically, my neurologist here in Tallahassee, Florida, Dr. Winston Ortiz, he recently told me that I have nerve entrapment. That's why my neck keeps hurting and my hands and arms keep going numb. And that's from Officer Ronnie Rodriguez twisting my neck.
So, as I mentioned, I don't handle cases like this, but if you Google on the internet the Dade County Bar Association or the Miami-Dade County Bar Association, they'll refer you to an attorney that can help you.
Yes, so that's what I did, and I wasn't able to find an attorney to help me, and they told me to just go to the Florida Bar website and then type in civil rights lawyers, and there'll be a list of civil rights attorneys, and to call them and to explain to them the case. And he said hopefully somebody will be able to help me.
Yeah, I'm not that guy, unfortunately. I do wish you well. If there's anybody else on the list of civil rights attorneys besides me, again, I don't handle police brutality cases. I only handle employment discrimination cases. So I think that's why
maybe you could help me. Maybe you could help me with that also. So I was fired from my job in Miami the same day that I was beaten up by the police, and I was fired from my job because somebody was making threats against my life at my job. Because
what time? When were you fired from your job?
The same day that I was beaten up. It was August 7th, 2018. And I was fired because I had to file more than 5 trespassing citations against several people who were trying to rob me at gunpoint at the store that I was managing. And people were trying to steal from the store. People were outside of the store selling drugs, and people were scared to go to the store. So I had to keep calling the police and filing trespassing citations against those people. And then people started making threats against me, and the owner of the store fired me. And I told him, well, just call the police like I did. And he said, no, I have to fire you. And I said, well, could I at least get my overtime pay? And he said, no. And I told him, okay, well, you'll be hearing from my attorneys. And then I told my mom.
So the bad news is, if this all happened in 2018, the statute of limitations is run on the claim. So it's fortunately you didn't take action fast enough.
Well, I did everything I could. I mean, I literally called every single attorney listed on Google search, and I wasn't able to find an attorney to help me. But I did keep the courts and the judge and the state attorney's offices informed about, my situation every step of the way.
Yeah.
And
Well, I'm talking about the claim against for being fired. That there is no case filed, right? Just 2018. It's now 2024. That's 6 years ago. So unfortunately, there's no case. Anyway, I am where I need to be. Wish you luck. I'm sorry I can't help you. It sounds like you got a terrible treatment by the police. I'm sorry it happened to you.
Okay, he hung up on me. It's impossible that there's nothing anybody could do to help me.
We are sorry. There is no one available to take your call. Please record your message after the tone.
They're all aware of that this happened to me. They're aware that, everything I'm saying is true. There has to be something that somebody could do to help me. If not, then that just empowers the police and criminals to keep doing the same crime that I'm reporting. The judge even acknowledged it and said he's willing to give me relief.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Your call has been...
Muslima Lewis.
Hello, Muslima Lewis. My name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad. I obtained your number from the Florida Bar website. I typed in civil rights, and it says your number here.
Yes.
Yes. I need your help with a case. I need to hire you as soon as possible. It's a case.
So, Omar, I don't want to interrupt you at all, but I also don't want you to waste your time. I'm not in private practice. I don't take individual cases. I work for a federal agency, so I'm not able to represent you.
It's a federal matter. It involves.
But I work for an agency. I cannot take. I do not work for individuals.
Okay. Do you know of an attorney who could help me?
I'm sorry, sir. I wish I did. I would recommend that you do a search for Gregory Sams on the Florida Bar website. I think he does civil rights matters, but I don't know that. And I would recommend that just as you found my name, you look for other people the same way.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message.
Gregory Sams didn't answer. Says he's an attorney in Brooklyn, New York. Time now is 5:44 p.m. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024.
You have reached the voicemail box of Attorney Omar Malone. Unfortunately, he is unavailable to take your call at this time.
Hi, it's Marcos Martinez. I'm available right now. If you leave your name and number, I'll get back to you, or you can just text me. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, may I speak to Mr. Mays?
Speaking.
Mr. Mays, my name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. I found your phone number on the Florida Bar website under Civil Rights.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Could I hire you, please?
That's very, very, very humbling. But let's talk a little bit about this.
Okay.
What's the nature of your case?
Okay, so I told on a police officer, specifically Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511 from the City of Miami Police Department, because he pushed me in my chest 3 times. And I told his Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 2364. And when I told his sergeant, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez put me in a chokehold. And then
so this is against the City of Miami. Okay. I used to work for the City of Miami as Chief of Litigation, and presently the City of Miami is a client. So I would have a conflict. I wouldn't be able to assist you at all.
Is there any attorney who you could refer me to?
Gosh, there are a lot of good civil rights lawyers and personal injury lawyers, but you're really looking at the personal injury case. Just look at the Florida Bar, the same way in which you came up with my name. Look at a Florida Bar and read about just some of the people in those fields, if you will, and go from there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Okay, sir, I'm so sorry. I really am. I hope everything works out well for you.
Thank you, sir. Same to you.
Same to you, my friend. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, you've reached McCluskey, McDonald, and Hughes. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message.
Hello?
Hello, this is Pat. Can't get to the phone right now, but leave your name and number, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as I can.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep.
Thank you for calling QC Kinetics, the nation's #1 regenerative medicine group. If this is a medical emergency, please hang up and dial.
We are sorry we missed your call. We are never closed. Please leave a detailed message and we will return your call immediately. Thank you.
The mailbox.
Thank you for calling Wahidi Law. How may I help you?
Yes, may I speak to Toby?
With Toby? Okay, sir. Are you an existing client?
No, sir.
No? Well, Toby's not available at the moment, sir, but if you want to leave, like, your name and a callback number for him to return your call?
Yes, my phone number is 772-538-8586.
772-538-8586. All right, thank you. And your name?
My name is Omar, Omar. Last name Fuad, Fouad.
Okay, so thank you, sir. I have Omar and last name Fouad.
Yes.
And what is the name of your company, or is it something personal?
It involves civil rights violations. I need to hire the attorney to help me with the case.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to be a customer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, give me a second. Sir, would you like to include an email in case that you're not able to answer the call?
My email address is duediligencecorporate@gmail.com. That's my personal email address. Due diligence corporate is spelled DUE, and then the word diligence, regular spelling, DILIGENCE, and then the word corporate, regular spelling, CORPORATE @gmail.com.
All right, thank you so much. It'll be duediligencecorporate@gmail.com.
Yes.
And how did you heard about it, sir?
The Florida Bar website under civil rights.
And can you give me just like a brief description of what is the case about?
Yes, it involves an officer from the City of Miami Police Department putting me in a chokehold and then twisting my neck to the right and then body slamming me onto my left side because I told on him because he pushed me in my chest 3 times.
Okay, thank you so much for that information, sir. I can schedule a free 15-minute case evaluation over the phone with the attorney. So give me just 1 minute to check the availability and see how soon we can schedule the appointment, okay? Just a second.
Okay.
Okay, for example, sir, for this week, we only have available, Friday, tomorrow, we have at 9, 9:30, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if you have any open space for tomorrow. If not, it will have to be Friday of the upcoming week on the 17th.
Okay, yes, sir. As soon as possible, please.
Okay, so at what time will be good for you tomorrow?
You said 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, we have 9 a.m. if you would like.
Yes, 9 a.m.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So let's do it that way. Just one moment.
Okay.
All right, sir. So let me tell you, the appointment was booked successfully. So it will be tomorrow, Friday the 10th at 9 a.m. So at that moment, the attorney is going to be calling you to the same phone number that we confirmed, the 772-538-8586. So please wait for his call back, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And what's your name, sir?
You're more than welcome. My name is Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Albert.
You're more than welcome, sir, and thank you also for calling, all right? Have a great evening.
Same to you, sir.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Same to you. Bye. Hello, good afternoon. May I speak with Mrs. Irene Oria?
Who's this?
My name is Omar. I received your, I obtained your phone number from the Florida Bar website under civil rights.
I don't really do civil rights cases. I'm not sure why they list me for civil rights. I'm a corporate, business litigator.
Okay, maybe you can help me. I need to hire you for a case that involves a police officer putting me in a chokehold and then twisting.
That would be civil rights. That would not be something I do.
Okay. Is there an attorney that maybe you could refer me to?
Unfortunately, I don't really know anybody that does that kind of work. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 30598982214 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. Sorry, Rafael Palacio Arango is not available. You cannot record a message for Rafael Palacio Arango. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 30592611110 is not available. This is Karen Parker. I'm not available to take your call at this time. Please leave your name, telephone number, and a brief message. I'll return your call as soon as possible. Thank you. Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 30561393999 is not available. At the tone, please record.
Good evening. Thank you for calling the law office of Robert M. Perez. How may I help you?
Yes, may I speak to Mr. Perez?
Of course. Are you an existing client?
No, ma'am.
Is this the first time you're reaching out to us, or are you an attorney?
This is the first time I'm reaching out. I found his number on the Florida Bar website under Civil Rights.
Oh, I understand. Let me help you out. So is your case related to criminal defense, insurance claims, or...
Yes, it involves the City of Miami Police Department, specifically Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511. He put me in a chokehold, and then he twisted my neck to the right on purpose, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side, and then he arrested me, and then he falsified the police report and wrote that he arrested me and took me to the hospital because I was walking into traffic. And that's a lie. He just didn't want to admit that he beat me up.
Okay, I understand. Let me help you out, okay? May I please have your full name?
Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fued. First name Omar, O-M-A-R. And then Mohsen, M-O-H-S-E-N. And then Ibrahim, I-B-R-A-H-I-M. And then Fued, F-O-U-A-D.
Thank you. So let me just confirm that. Omar, O-M-A-R, then M-O-H-S-E-N. Ibrahim, I-B-R-A-H-I-M. And then we will be F-O-U-A-D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. May I please have your best callback number?
772-538-8586.
Okay, thank you very much. It's 772-538-8586. Thank you. So you told me it's a civil case, civil rights case. Okay. May I please have the badge one more time?
Officer Ronnie Rodriguez. His badge number is 42511. And this was witnessed by Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 2364. And it was confessed to PRI officer Leslier Diaz, badge number 40742.
Okay, thank you. So it was the police officer, Ronnie Rodriguez, with badge number 42511.
Yes.
Then the witness was the sergeant. What was his name?
Edwin Gomez. EDWIN. Last name Gomez. GOMEZ. And his badge number.
So his badge number is 2364, correct?
Yes. And the PRI officer, police responding to the incident officer, Leslier Diaz. His name is LESLIER. Last name Diaz, DIAZ. And his badge number is 40742. And it was confessed to PRI officer Leslier Diaz.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you told me that the police officer falsified the report?
Yes, he falsified the police report, and he wrote that he arrested me and brought me to the hospital because I was walking into traffic. And that's a lie.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be sending this information, Omar, to the attorney, so that he can reach you back and confirm a follow-up. And if he will not be taking the case, he will be helping you refer to another attorney that will be able to help you. Okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And what's your name?
My name is Catalina.
Catalina. Thank you, Catalina.
You're very welcome, Omar. Have a great night.
Same to you. Time now is 6:09 p.m. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The duration of this audio transcript so far is 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 19 seconds.
Hi, you've reached 305-781-4373. Please leave me a message that I may return the call.
Jerry Pivnik.
Mr. Pivnik, my name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad. I found your number on the Florida Bar website under Civil Rights.
Oh, hey, I'm in the process of retiring, so we're not taking any new cases.
I understand. Is there an attorney that you could refer me to?
Hold on one second.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 30551028555 is not available. We are sorry, there's no one available to take your call. Please record your message after the tone. Press star to discard the recording, or your call has been forwarded to the voicemail for Blake Sando. No one is available to take your call. At the tone, please record your message. When
Hello, this is Mark.
Mark, my name is Omar. I found your phone number on the Florida Bar website under civil rights.
Yeah, hi, how you doing?
I have been better, to be quite honest with you. How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad.
That's good. I need to hire you as soon as possible, please. It involves a case with a police officer named Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511 from the City of Miami Police Department. He put me in a chokehold, and then he twisted my neck to the right, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me on my left side. Then he arrested me, and then he falsified the police report and wrote that he arrested me and brought me to the hospital because I was walking into traffic, and that's a lie.
What, take me back to like the beginning of the encounter. Why were you interacting with the police? What happened?
So on August 7th, 2018, the same day that I was beaten up by the police, at approximately 9:30 p.m. on the corner of 3rd and 7th in front of Publix in downtown Miami, in front of the soccer field there. There's an officer there, and I asked him if I may approach him. And then I explained to him that I need help filing a police report because people were making threats against my life at my job at a convenience store that I was managing in Model City, Miami. And I need to file a police report. And the officer ended up pushing me in my chest 3 times. And I immediately put my hands in the air. I said, "Sir, could you please just call your supervisor?" And he wasn't willing to call a supervisor. So then I started recording him with my phone and asking him for help again. And when he saw me recording him with my phone, that's when he dispatched the supervisor. And then the supervisor arrived. The supervisor's name is Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364 from the City of Miami Police Department. And I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez the same thing. I needed his help filing a police report. And then I told him what Officer Ronnie Rodriguez did, specifically him pushing me in my chest 3 times before he arrived. And then when I told on him, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he put me in a chokehold, and then he twisted my neck to the right when I said I couldn't breathe. And then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side. And then he picked me up, he took everything out of my pockets, he arrested me and put me in the backseat of the police car. And then Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364, left. And then PRI officer, police responding to the incident officer, Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742, arrived. And he immediately walked up to Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and confronted him and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And then Officer Ronnie Rodriguez ended up yelling at PRI officer Leslie Diaz and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And then PRI officer Leslie Diaz told him to take me to the emergency room. And then they took me to the emergency room. And once I was at the emergency room at Jackson Memorial Hospital, they kept me there for 10 days. And on the 10th day, we had a court hearing at the emergency room with Judge Alvin Valent Jr., a prosecutor named Prosecutor Lourdes, 2 public defenders who were representing me, Julianne D. Maria and Hugh Keoth, and there were also 2 doctors there. And Judge Alvin Valent Jr. told them to release me from the that hospital jail setting there. And he told them that I was beaten up by the police. The doctors saw signs of bruising as well, and there was no reason for them to keep me at the emergency room. And then they released me from the hospital. They gave me the documentation where the judge wrote that I was beaten up by the police, and he signed off on it. The judge's name is Judge Alvin Belen Jr., and there was also a circuit court judge who signed off on it named George E. Cuito, Jorge, middle initial E, last name Cueto. And then I took that documentation and brought it to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, and I told them what the officer did to me, and they told me to write exactly what the officer did to me on a complaint form and fill in the information on the civil cover sheet and the subpoena, and they're going to assign a judge to the case. They then assigned a judge to the case named Judge Spencer Eig, and I presented the evidence to Judge Spencer Eig, and there was also a City of Miami attorney named Douglas Harrison from the City of Miami Attorney's Office who was there. And Judge Spencer Eig, he said he's willing to give me relief, and all he needs me to do is to get evaluated by the City of Miami Attorney's Office's doctors. I said, okay. And he said it's going to be an outpatient procedure. I said, okay. Asked him, when are we going to do this? And he said, the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me to tell me when we're going to do that. I said, okay. But the City of Miami Attorney's Office, they never called me. And then after that court hearing, I started getting harassed a lot everywhere I was going. And then the coronavirus pandemic happened. And I had to move from Miami to Tallahassee now for my safety. But I kept the courthouse, the judge, the state attorney's offices informed every step of the way of my new addresses, me having to file injunctions against people who were harassing me, and all of those things that happened, just so at least they would know that, you know, I'm trying to do everything I possibly could to obtain monetary relief.
Yeah.
And they told me to just refile the case and to mention equitable tolling. So the equitable tolling, because the equitable tolling will eliminate the statute of limitations passing, especially in cases like mine, where I found out that I have injuries that I wasn't aware of. And one of many is the injuries that I just found out from my neurologist here in Tallahassee, Florida, Dr. Winston Ortiz. He told me that I have nerve entrapment. That's why my neck is always hurting and my hands and arms keep going numb. And that's from the officer twisting my neck.
Okay. Yeah, the statute of limitations is probably going to be an issue. He thinks it was because of the encounter with the police?
Yes. And the officer specifically putting me in a chokehold and then twisting my neck to the right and then picking me up and body slamming me onto my left side. And that's where the nerve entrapment is. It's on my left side.
Were you still recording with your phone at that time? Do you have video of it?
I have video of me recording the officer and asking him for help, because before I started recording him, he pushed me in my chest 3 times, and I immediately put my hands in the air. I said, "Sir, could you please just call your supervisor?" And he wasn't willing to call his supervisor until I started recording him. And then when I started recording him, that's when his supervisor, and that's when he dispatched his supervisor. But it was witnessed by Sergeant Edwin Gomez. It was confessed to PRI Officer Leslie Diaz. And then they sent an internal affairs detective named Eric Rodriguez from the internal affairs to the emergency room where I was to take pictures of the injuries on my body. And they have pictures of fresh wounds on my body caused by Officer Ronnie Rodriguez. And they're well aware of what I'm saying is true. I just need a lawyer to help me refile the case.
I think you're going to have trouble. You only have 4 years typically, as I'm sure you know, under the statute of limitations. I don't know if a new injury would be enough under the equitable tolling doctrine.
It says under the equitable tolling doctrine that it could be brought up as long as it's a situation like mine, for example, and that's all I need to do. I mean, the judge already said he's willing to give me relief, and the case has been acknowledged by more than one judge, and they're aware that everything I'm saying is true. I just need to refile the case. They dismissed the case without prejudice, and Judge Spencer Ige, he dismissed the case without prejudice and said he dismissed the case because of lack of prosecution, and that's because I couldn't continue going to court.
When was that first case filed?
August 7th, 2018.
That was the date you filed the lawsuit?
No, that was the day that Officer Ronnie Rodriguez attempted to murder me.
What was the date of the lawsuit in front of Judge Ige?
That is exactly on, I'll tell you right now. The docket says I filed it on September 4th, 2018.
What's the case number?
1829755CA31.
And that's in 11th Judicial Circuit.
It was in Judge Spencer Ige's courtroom. At the time, was courtroom 505 at the Miami-Dade County Courthouse.
It was in the state court here in Miami.
At the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me just take a quick look at what happened in that other lawsuit, and I can then let you know what I think.
Okay.
But my gut reaction is it's a real uphill battle I think you're facing. But I'm happy to spend a little time looking at it more closely.
Absolutely, and I'll pay you also to help me. I mean, to be quite honest with you, I would refile the case myself. But the thing is, I'm in Tallahassee, Florida, and I don't have experience with the online portal. But I know, what to do because I already did it. I wrote exactly what they did to me on a complaint form and the civil cover sheet and the subpoena and everything. And they assigned a judge to the case, and I presented the evidence to the judge, and the judge said he's willing to give me relief. But the only thing is, I couldn't go to court. I couldn't continue going to court after that. And So I know what I need to do, what I need to write on the complaint forms and everything. It's just I don't know how to do that on the online portal from Tallahassee. So I need an attorney to help me do that. So I see your email address here also.
Mark at schweikert.law.com.
Yes, I'm emailing you the information that I just mentioned to you, specifically the documentation from Judge Alvin Balint Jr. from the court hearing at Jackson Memorial Hospital of him clearly saying that I was beaten up by the police, and also the docket, the court docket from 1829755CA31 in front of Judge Alvin Balint Jr. What else? And there's also several exhibits of evidence on there also. So I'm going to email this information to you, so at least you'll be able to familiarize yourself with the case more than I've already explained it to you. And also I reached out to the Internal Affairs for them to send me the pictures of the narrative reference photographs of the injuries taken on my body from Eric Rodriguez from the Internal Affairs, and the City of Miami Police Department Public Records website. It still says pending on that public records request for them to send me those photographs. They told me that they need me to sign a HIPAA release of medical records form and get it notarized. So that's what I did. I got it notarized by a notary here in Tallahassee, and I sent it to them, and they received it, and it says pending for the section where it says photographs that they're supposed to send to me. It still says pending on the City of Miami Police Department Internal Affairs Public Records request.
Okay.
So we have all the evidence, everything. The case is proven. I just all I need is just an attorney to help me file the documentation.
Yeah. Let me take a look at it and see if you're missing anything.
Okay.
And we can talk a little more. What's your last name, Omar?
Fouad, Fouad.
Okay. And you're in Tallahassee.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. Email me that stuff. Maybe we can talk next day or so once I've had a chance to look at it and the docket in your old case.
Yes, sir. I just sent it. It says it's in my outbox. It's uploading. So
How
far.
did you find me, by the way? I'm just curious.
I went to first I called the Florida bar and asked them if they could refer me to an attorney. And they referred me to an attorney, but the attorney that they referred me to originally, he wasn't able to help me. So then I called them again after I paid the $25 referral fee, and I asked them if they could refer me to a different attorney. And they said what I should do is go to the Florida bar website and type in search for an attorney, and then under civil rights there'll be a list of attorneys there who handle civil rights cases, and he said to call the attorneys that are on that list, and hopefully one of them will be willing to help me. So
okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I think I've got enough to get started. Sorry to hear about what happened to you. That sounds really unfortunate. But let me see if there's something I can do to help. All right. I'll take a look at what you send me, and I'll take a look at the docket from your other case.
Yes, sir. For some reason it timed out. Hold on, let me try to send it again. 1 second.
Maybe the attachments are too large.
Well, it's only the attachment of it's a PDF file of the docket of case 1829755CA31, and then there's 3 pictures of the documentation given to me by Judge Alvin Balint Jr. from the probate hearing. Let me try to send it again. Okay, it says uploading.
You have Dropbox or anything? Maybe if you put the attachments in like a Dropbox and just send me a link to that.
I don't have Dropbox. Let me see. I don't know, why is it taking so long to send? This is... Okay, I think it just sent. Okay, this is what I'll do. I'm going to send the email with the PDF file first, and then let me see if that works. Okay, it says it's sent at 6:33 p.m. It has the PDF file with from the case 1829755C831, and then now I'm gonna reply with the 3 pictures of the documentation given to me by Judge Alvin Blunt Jr.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, adding the 3rd picture.
I think you've got my email. I'm getting them from you. I need to run. I gotta get home for dinner. But let me look at what you send, and we can talk a little more, all right?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So it's uploading the reply that I just sent with the 3 pictures of the documentation from Judge Alvin Blunt Jr. And then also on that same email, under where my signature is, where it says, sincerely Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad, and has my phone number and my email address and my address and everything and my victim ID number and all those things. There's several links to exhibits of evidence. So you could see literally what I went through every step of the way also. The same things that I reported to the judge, the courthouse, and the state attorney's offices, and everything that I mentioned to you, sir.
Okay. You're very organized. It's a good kind of client to have.
Yes, sir. I'm trying my best. I really am. It's motivated me to get my law degree also, because of everything I've went through and all the experience that I've accumulated ever since this happened to me. I feel like it's necessary at this point, especially with 2 young daughters, to obtain my law degree. So I'm trying to obtain my law degree, and I'm also trying to get my medical degree. And I found it absolutely necessary after what happened to me and everything that's happened since I reported this case. If I was an experienced attorney, and if I had experience in the medical field, I wouldn't have suffered this much. So I know from experience that it's important for me to obtain that type of education, at the least for my daughter's sake. I have 2 young daughters. I have a 2-year-old and a 16-year-old daughter. And, it's the way things are, continuing to happen, similar to the time when this case happened to me, being that these types of reoccurring problems haven't stopped. It's important for me to educate myself on these types of things so at least I could protect my daughters and my family.
Yeah, being a lawyer is one way to do justice for others, which can be pretty fulfilling because there's a lot of injustice out there for sure. Certainly when dealing with the government or law enforcement. Again, I'm sorry to hear what happened to you, but I need to run, Omar. Let me look at what you've done, and I'll get back to you, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
You're welcome. Same to you. Bye. Time now is 6:38 p.m. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The duration of this audio transcript is now 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 48 seconds.
Thank you for calling Studinsky Law. We are currently closed. For the dial by name directory, press 1. To repeat this menu, press the pound key.
Thank you for calling the law office of Dr. Campo and Thornton. My name is Paul. How can I assist you?
My name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. I need to hire attorney John Andres Thornton.
Is your call an emergency?
Yes, sir.
May I have your phone number, please?
My phone number is 772-538-8586.
772-538-8586. Your name is O-M-A-R. How do you spell your last name?
F-O-U-A-D.
F-O-U-D.
F-O-U-A-D.
F is in Frank. O-U-A-D.
Yes.
The attorney will call you back, sir. Thank you for calling. What kind of case are you calling about?
It's a case that involves Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511, putting me in a chokehold and then twisting my neck to the right and then picking me up and body slamming me onto my left side on the concrete and then arresting me and then falsifying the police report.
Okay, I will send your message. Thank you for calling. The attorney will get in contact with you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Is the Officer Rodriguez. Okay, goodbye.
Say that again?
Yes, sir. The attorney will call you back.
You said and Officer Ronnie Rodriguez?
It's for against the Officer Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
The attorney will call you back to get all the information. Thank you for calling.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye.
Good afternoon, office.
Good afternoon. May I speak with Mr. Titchener?
Who?
It says Michael Vincent Titchener on the Florida Bar website under civil rights.
Michael Vincent.
Yes.
No, but there is no. There was a Vincent that used to work for us. I forgot his name, but he hasn't worked for us for years. There was another Michael that worked for us. I forgot his last name, but he hasn't worked for us for years too. So no, none of them are here.
Okay. I need an attorney to help me with a case that involves Officer Ronnie Rodriguez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 42511. Okay,
but what in regards to what kind of case?
He put me in a chokehold, and then he twisted my neck to the right, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto the concrete on my left side.
Yeah, we don't do that kind of case. That probably, I don't know if that will be a criminal attorney. Call Michael Perez. Let me give you the number. Hold on. Robert Perez. Robert Michael. Hold on. His number is 305-598-8889.
And what's his name again?
Roberto Perez.
Robert Perez. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And what's your name?
My name is Mirka. I'm going to give you another number. It's for his cell phone is 305-798-5563.
5563?
Yeah. Call the first one first.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Hello?
Hello, may I speak to Mr. Perez?
Who can I say is calling?
My name is Omar.
Omar, how can I help you?
Yes, sir. I need to hire you as soon as possible, please. There's an officer named Officer Ronnie Rodriguez from the City of Miami Police Department. He put me in a chokehold, and then he twisted my neck to the right, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto my left side. And then he arrested me, and then he falsified the police report.
Okay. And you need representation, criminal representation, or you want to sue the police department?
Both, because he arrested me and falsified the police report. And then we had a court hearing at the Jackson Memorial Hospital. And the judge on the case, Judge Alvin Balint Jr., he told them to release me immediately from that hospital jail setting there because I was beaten up by the police and I didn't do anything wrong. And the doctors also...
Why were you in the hospital for injuries, or were you Baker acted?
Yeah, so, yes, sir. So the Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he falsified the police report and wrote that he arrested me and brought me to the hospital because I was walking into traffic, and that's a lie. He just didn't want to admit that he beat me up. But the intentional aggravated assault was witnessed by Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 2364. And it was also confessed to police responding to the incident officer, PRI officer Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742. PRI officer Leslie Diaz, he walked onto that crime scene after it was witnessed by Sergeant Edwin Gomez, and Sergeant Edwin Gomez left. PRI Officer Leslie Diaz walked up to Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and confronted him and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And Officer Ronnie Rodriguez yelled at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." PRI Officer Leslie Diaz then told him to take me to the emergency room. They brought me to the emergency room, and the hospital kept me there for 10 days. And the 10th day, we had a court hearing at Jackson Memorial Hospital with Judge Alvin Balent Jr., a prosecutor named Prosecutor Lourdes, 2 public defenders that were assigned to the case to help me. Their names are Julianne D. Maria and Hugh Keoth, and there were also 2 doctors there. And Judge Alvin Balent Jr. told them to release me from the hospital because I was beaten up by the police and I didn't do anything wrong. And the doctors also saw signs of bruising. And they then released me from the hospital, and the judge gave me documentation that he signed off on, stating that I was beaten up by the police with a case number on there from probate court. And also a circuit court judge signed the document as well. The circuit court judge, his name is first name George, Jorge, middle initial E, last name Cueto. It's spelled Cueto. I then took that documentation and brought it to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse and told them what the officer did to me. And they told me to write exactly what the officer did to me on a complaint form. And they also gave me a packet of documents that they told me to fill out that had a civil cover sheet and a subpoena. And then they assigned a judge to the case named Judge Spencer Eig. And I presented my evidence to Judge Spencer Eig. And there was also a City of Miami attorney there named Douglas Harrison. And the judge on the case, Judge Spencer Eig, he said he's willing to give me relief. And he said all he needs me to do is to get evaluated by the City of Miami Attorney's Office doctors. And I said, okay. And I asked him, when are we going to do that? And he said it's going to be an outpatient procedure, and the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me to tell me when we're going to do that. I said, okay. But the City of Miami Attorney's Office never called me. And literally after that court hearing, I started getting harassed a lot. And then I literally had to file injunctions against several people that were harassing me. And then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and they shut down the courthouse. And I ended up having to move from South Florida, and I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida, for my safety. And I kept the judge, the state attorney's office, and the courthouse informed every step of the way of the fact that I was getting harassed, the fact that I was having to file injunctions against the people who were harassing me, and the fact that I had to keep changing my address. And I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida, for my safety. And I was informed that all I need to do is just refile the case and mention equitable tolling, because the equitable tolling is going to eliminate the statute of limitations that passed, because the case happened originally on August 7th, 2018. And when I filed the case, it was on September 4th, 2018. And the judge dismissed the case without prejudice because of lack of prosecution, because I wasn't able to continue to go to court.
Okay, so you're looking for a loss. You don't have an open criminal case.
From my understanding, they arrested me and we had a court hearing. The thing is, I wasn't able to continue to go to court, though, after I brought that to the attention of Judge Spencer Eig. They dismissed the case without prejudice and said they dismissed it because
you're talking about a lawsuit. You're not talking about a criminal case. I don't do civil cases. Sorry.
Okay. Is there an attorney you could refer me to?
I don't refer attorneys. I just don't.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that, man.
All right. Thank you, sir.
This is Andy Tremont. Please leave me a message. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, may I speak to Mr. Alec Ubeta?
Yes, may I ask who's calling?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Omar Fued. I obtained your phone number from the Florida Bar website. I typed in civil rights attorneys.
Okay. And how can I help you, Omar?
Yes, sir. How much do you charge to handle the civil rights case?
I primarily focus on criminal defense matters. We take very limited civil rights cases, almost none. Have some experience handling them, but the fee depends on the extent of the work that needs to be performed and the subject matter of the case.
Okay. Well, I'm almost certain you can help me. It's a very easy case. It's already been proven. And the judge on the case, he said he's willing to give me relief. The only thing is I wasn't able to continue to go to court. But I kept the judge and the courthouse and the state attorney's office informed every step of the way. And they told me to just refile the case and mention equitable tolling. So the statute of limitations that has passed would not affect the case. The case involves an officer named Officer Ronnie Rodriguez from the City of Miami Police Department. He put me in a chokehold, and then he twisted my neck to the right on purpose.
Okay.
And then he picked me up, and he body slammed me onto my left side, onto the concrete in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364. And then he arrested me. And then Sergeant Edwin Gomez left after he witnessed that, and PRI officer Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742, arrived, and he immediately walked up to Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511, and he confronted...
Omar, let me stop you. You don't have to give me their badge numbers. You can just describe what happened. That's fine.
Yes, sir. And he immediately confronted Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And Officer Ronnie Rodriguez yelled at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And then Officer Leslie Diaz told him to take me to the emergency room. And then they both took me to the emergency room. And once I was at the emergency room, they took the handcuffs off of me. And they kept me at the emergency room for 10 days. And on the 10th day, we had a court hearing with Judge Alvin Balent Jr., Prosecutor Lourdes, and two public defenders, Julianne DeMaria and Hugh Keoth. And there were also two doctors there that were at the court hearing. And Judge Alvin Balent Jr. told them to immediately release me from that hospital jail setting because I didn't do anything wrong, and I was beaten up by the police. And
were you charged with any crimes as a result of that interaction?
That's the thing. I don't know, to be honest with you. All I know is that I was beaten up by the police. I was arrested because I told on Officer Ronnie Rodriguez for pushing me in my chest 3 times. And I told his supervisor, Sergeant Edwin Gomez, that. And when I told him that, that's when Officer Ronnie Rodriguez beat me up on purpose.
And when did this happen?
This happened on August 7th, 2018 at approximately 9:30 p.m. on the corner of 3rd and 7th in front of the Publix that's in downtown Miami in front of the soccer field.
Okay. And did you hire a lawyer at that time to represent you?
I tried to find a lawyer to help me, but I couldn't find any lawyer that was willing to help me. So I brought the documentation that was given to me by Judge Alvin Balent Jr. to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, And I told the courthouse what Officer Ronnie Rodriguez did to me, and they told me to write exactly what the officer did to me on a complaint form, and fill in and to fill in the civil cover sheet and the subpoena. And then they assigned a judge named Judge Spencer Eig, and we had a court hearing, and I presented my evidence to Judge Spencer Eig. And there was also an attorney from the City of Miami Attorney's Office named Douglas Harrison that was there.
Okay.
And Judge Spencer Eig said he's willing to give me relief. And he said all he needs me to do is get evaluated by the City of Miami Attorney's Office doctors, and it's going to be an outpatient procedure. And I agreed. I said, okay. And I asked him, when are we going to do this? And he said the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me to tell me when we're going to do that. But the City of Miami Attorney's Office never called me. And then literally after that court hearing, I started getting harassed a lot in the City of Miami. And I had to file several injunctions against several people who were harassing me. And then after that, the coronavirus pandemic happened. And I had to move from South Florida, and I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida, for my safety. But I kept the judge, the courthouse, the state attorney's offices informed every step of the way of me having to change my address, of me having to file injunctions against people who were harassing me having to go to the doctor, and all of those necessary things. So they would, so they would see that, you know, I'm doing everything I possibly could to obtain monetary relief, even though I wasn't able to continue going to court. And they told me, I was informed to just refile the case and mention equitable tolling, because the equitable tolling will eliminate the statute of limitations that has passed.
Right. Yeah. Okay. You know, Omar, unfortunately, this isn't something that I'm able to help you with, but I recommend that you look for attorneys, plaintiffs' lawyers. Those people work on contingency fee bases. Okay, so what that means is that they don't take any money from you up front. They get paid at the end of the case once it's settled or resolved, and there's some sort of agreement on compensation if that's how the case is going to work. Unfortunately, you know, like I said, my area of expertise is really more so on the criminal defense side of things. I have handled one civil rights case in the past. It was similarly a police brutality matter, but it was but again, right now our office is not taking on any more of those cases. I would recommend just doing some further research. I will say it's a big issue. You have a big issue because of the fact that so much time has passed. And, you know, I wish you the best of luck, but I'm sorry, this isn't one I can help you out with, my friend. I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, is there any way maybe if I could pay you to just kind of guide me through the online portal? Because I know what I need to write on, like, the actual physical document, because I already wrote it and presented it to the judge, and the judge said he's willing to grant me relief. So I know what to do on that aspect of it, but the thing is, I'm in Tallahassee, Florida, and I don't feel safe going back to Miami, Florida to refile the case. So they told me I could use the online portal, but I'm not familiar with how to navigate through the online portal, and I'm having difficulties being able to access the online portal.
All right. Look, listen, you know, it is never a good idea to try and do these things without an attorney representing you, because it's like you're kind of hinting on it's a very convoluted, difficult process, and unless you have somebody who knows what they're doing, it's just going to make it up. It's just going to be complicated every step of the way. Like I said, I recommend you look for somebody who does what's called plaintiff's work, plaintiff's attorneys. Okay, those are that's the type of lawyer that you're looking for. Okay, those are lawyers who do civil lawsuits. You'll want to find somebody who has experience suing police departments and suing municipalities. Okay, because it's a very specialized area of the law. All right, and there is a lot of there's a lot of how do you say really complicated statutes at play when it comes to police brutality cases. So that's what I recommend that you do. Unfortunately, I'm not able to work on a case like this at this time, but I do appreciate you reaching out, and I wish you nothing but the best of luck with this matter, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Same to you.
Hello, Officer Alex Saiz.
Ma'am, may I speak to Attorney Alex Saiz, please?
I'm sorry he's not available right now. Could I leave him a message?
Yes, I need his help. It's an urgent matter. I was beaten up by Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511 from the city of Miami.
Okay.
Please.
Let's start first with your name, please.
Yes, my name is Omar. First name Omar, Omar.
Okay.
And then my middle name is Mohsen Ibrahim, and my last name is Fuad. Mohsen is spelled Mohsen.
Mohsen.
And then Ibrahim is spelled Ibrahim.
IBRAHIM. Okay.
My last name.
Are you?
My last name.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
My last name is Fuad. Fouad.
Fouad.
Yes.
Okay. And are you currently arrested? Or
no, the officer he put me in a chokehold, and then he twisted my neck to the right, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto the concrete on my left side, and then he took everything out of my pockets and he arrested me, and he did that in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department. And
so you were, but I want to get to the important part. Are you currently arrested, or you were arrested and you were bonded out?
No, I was arrested and then brought to the hospital. But the officer, he falsified the police reports, and he wrote that he arrested me and brought me to the hospital because I was walking into traffic, and that's a lie.
Okay. And when you were arrested, did you bond out?
No, they released me from the hospital jail setting there at Jackson Memorial Hospital. They kept me there for 10 days, and then the 10th day that I was there, we had a court hearing with a judge. The judge's name is Judge Alvin Balint Jr.
Okay, I'm not going to take the details of the arrest. You will be giving all that information to Mr. Saiz, or he'll get it from the arrest report. So you're not currently in jail. You've been released?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
You don't need an immediate visit from jail. You were arrested and released in Miami-Dade?
No, it was City of Miami Police. Jackson Memorial Hospital.
Okay. All right. And at this point, you have a further court date coming up?
Well, what I did was when they released me from the Jackson Memorial Hospital, they gave me documentation that the judge signed off on, as well as a circuit court judge named George E. Cueto, last name Cueto. And the judge wrote on the documentation that I didn't do anything wrong and I was beaten up by the police. And they released me from that hospital jail setting. And then I brought that documentation to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, and I told them what the officer did to me. And they told me to write that on a complaint form and to fill in a civil cover sheet and a subpoena. And then they assigned a judge named Judge Spencer Eig. And I presented my evidence to Judge Spencer Eig. And there was also an attorney there from the City of Miami Attorney's Office named Douglas Harrison. And the judge, Spencer Eig, he said he's willing to give me relief. And he said all he needs me to do is to get evaluated by the City of Miami Attorney's Office doctors. And it's going to be an outpatient procedure. And I said, okay, I agreed. And then asked him, when are we going to do that? And he said the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me to tell me when we're going to do that. But they never called me. And then I started getting harassed after that court hearing, literally everywhere I was going. And I had to file injunctions against people who were harassing me. And then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and I had to move from South Florida, and I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida for my safety. But I kept the judge informed, the state attorney's office informed, the courthouse informed, every step of the way, literally of everything that was happening, from the people harassing me having to file injunctions against the people who were harassing me, and me having to go to the doctor, and me having to move several times, and me changing my address, and now that and me now being in Tallahassee, Florida, and the fact that my neurologist here in Tallahassee, Florida, Dr. Winston Ortiz, recently diagnosed me with nerve entrapment. He specifically mentioned that my neck is always hurting and my hands and arms keep going numb because of nerve entrapment, and that's from the doctor twisting my neck. I mean, from the Officer Ronnie Rodriguez twisting my neck.
Okay. So at this point, what is it that you're looking for? Are you wanting to sue the city?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you're looking for a civil attorney.
Yes.
Okay. So let me looking for. And how did you hear about Mr. Saiz?
I went on the Florida Bar website and I typed in civil rights attorneys, and it says his name there.
Okay. From Florida Bar. Okay. I'm been making notes and got all this information to give to Mr. Said, and I will pass this information along. He probably won't get this until tomorrow after he comes into the office from court, but I will ask him to contact you as soon as possible to see if he takes this kind of case, or if not, to refer you to somebody that does handle city civil actions, and to call you as soon as possible that he's available. What number could he call you at?
772 538
538
8586.
8586. Let me repeat that number: 772-538-8586.
Yes. And
Mr. Omar, I will get that information delivered to him right away. But like I said, he won't be available. He'll get the message, but he won't be in the office until at least tomorrow afternoon, because he's in court every morning.
I understand. I just emailed him at alex.saiz@fljc.org.
That's the nonprofit that he works with. Now, the Florida Justice Center only takes certain cases, mostly record expungement and sealment of records and so forth. But between there and this message, he'll respond to you, because civil rights violations they handle through private practice, or he'll refer you to an attorney that will handle that.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I emailed him specifically there's a PDF file with the docket of the case that I mentioned to you in front of Judge Spencer Eig.
So he could look at it.
Yes,
Okay,
and also
that's perfect.
Yes, and also the documentation from Judge Alvin Belen Jr., where he wrote on there and signed off on it that I was beaten up by the police.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he can look up the case to get more information if he needs it, or in order to refer it to someone else. He'll refer all the documents.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You have a good night.
Same to you.
Bye-bye.
Time now is 7:13 p.m. The duration of this audio transcript is now 2 hours, 37 minutes, and 54 seconds. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The time now is 7:13 p.m. Once again, the duration of this audio transcript is now 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 16 seconds. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you for calling the Leon County Sheriff's Office. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. To make a non-emergency call for service or to speak with a duty officer, press 1. To reach the detention facility, press 2. To reach the civil process and or warrants unit, to include warrants, subpoenas, injunctions, and evictions, press 3. To reach the criminal investigation division, press 4. To reach the records unit, press 5. To reach human resources, press 6. To reach finance and accounting, press 7. To reach the victim advocates unit, press 8. And for an attendant, please press pound. You have reached the Leon County Sheriff's Office Victim Advocate Unit. If you're calling to obtain a copy of an incident report, please contact our records department at 606-3317. If you're calling to contact a deputy or a detective, please call 606-3300 and ask to leave a message for a specific deputy or detective. If you're calling to file an incident report, please contact our duty office at 606-3322. If you're calling in regards to a property crime, please contact our Property Crimes Unit at 606-3401, where you can obtain an update on the case status and or provide additional information to an incident report. All others, please leave a message for the Victim Advocate Unit with your name, a case number if you have one, and a return phone number, and someone will return your call in a timely manner. Thank you.
My name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. My phone number is 772-538-8586. My victim ID number is 945157. I need help with a case that involves Officer Ronnie Rodriguez from the City of Miami Police Department. Badge number 42511. Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511. He put me in a chokehold, and then when I told him I couldn't breathe, he purposely twisted my neck to the right, and then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto the concrete on my left side, and then he picked me up off the ground. He took everything out of my pockets. Then he arrested me. He put me in handcuffs, and he put me in the backseat of his police vehicle. And he did that in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 2364. He did that after I told on him. Specifically, I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez, badge number 2364, that Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511, pushed me in my chest 3 times before he arrived, specifically before Sergeant Edwin Gomez arrived. And as soon as I told Sergeant Edwin Gomez what Officer Ronnie Rodriguez did, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez put me in a chokehold. Then he twisted my neck to the right. Then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto the concrete. When Officer Ronnie Rodriguez put me in the backseat of his police vehicle after he intentionally aggravatedly assaulted me, Sergeant Edwin Gomez left, and shortly after a PRI officer arrived, police responding to the incident officer. His name is Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742. When PRI officer Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742, arrived, he immediately walked up to Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and confronted him and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And then Officer Ronnie Rodriguez ended up yelling at PRI officer Leslie Diaz and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere and beat the SHIT out of him some more." And then PRI officer Leslie Diaz told Officer Ronnie Rodriguez to take me to the emergency room. And then they both took me to the emergency room, specifically Jackson Memorial Hospital. Once we arrived at Jackson Memorial Hospital, they kept me at the Jackson Memorial Hospital for 10 days. And the 10th day that we were there, we had a court hearing at the hospital. And there was a judge there named Judge Alvin Balent Jr. And there was a prosecutor there named Prosecutor Lourdes. And there were two public defenders there defending me named Julianne D. Maria and Hugh Keoth. And there were two doctors there and approximately 10 people standing around us wearing long white doctor's coats. And there was a tape recorder in the middle of the table. And Judge Alvin Balent Jr., he told them to release me from the hospital because I didn't do anything wrong. And I was beaten up by the police. And also the doctors saw signs of bruising. I then took the documentation that they gave me that stated that and had the judge's signature on it, as well as a circuit court judge's signature, Circuit Court Judge George E. Cueto, specifically Jorge, middle initial E, last name Cueto. And I brought that documentation to the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, and I told them exactly what the officer did to me. And they told me to write that on a complaint form and to fill out a civil cover sheet, a subpoena, and the documents that are in the package, in the packet that they handed me. And then they assigned a judge named Judge Spencer Eig to the case, and we had a court hearing, and I presented my evidence to Judge Spencer Eig at the Miami-Dade County Courthouse in room 505. And there was also a attorney there from the City of Miami Attorney's Office named Douglas Harrison. And the Judge Spencer Eig, said he's willing to give me relief. And he said that in front of the City of Miami Attorney Douglas Harrison. And the Judge Spencer Eig, said he needs me to get evaluated by the City of Miami Attorney's Office doctors, and it's going to be an outpatient procedure. And I asked him, when are we going to do that? And he said the City of Miami Attorney's Office is going to call me to tell me when we're going to do that. But they never called me. And after that court hearing, I got harassed a lot, and I had to file several injunctions against several people who were harassing me. And I had to keep moving from house to house because of the harassment. And then the coronavirus pandemic happened. And then they shut down the courthouses, and I wasn't able to continue going to court because of that situation as well. And then I ended up moving as far away as possible because the harassment continued. And I'm now in Tallahassee, Florida for my safety. And my injuries have gotten worse. I recently found out that I have nerve entrapment That's why my neck keeps hurting me, my back keeps hurting me, and my hands and arms keep going numb. And that's from the Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511, twisting my neck and body slamming me onto my left side. The nerve entrapment is on my left side, in my neck and in my arms. I need help from the Victim Advocates Unit at the Leon County Sheriff's Office to help me obtain monetary relief. Once again, my victim ID number is 945157. I received my victim ID number from Prosecutor Colon, Colon, from the State Attorney's Office in Polk County, Florida. The state attorney there, his name is Brian Haas. Once again, my phone number is 772-538-8586. My name is Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fuad. My father, Mohsen Fuad, he retired from the Broward Sheriff's Office after 30 years of service. And once again, my victim ID number is 945157. And I need help from the Victim Advocates Unit at the Leon County Sheriff's Office so I could obtain monetary relief. The time now is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The time now is 8:18 p.m. Once again, my phone number is 772-538-8586. Please call me as soon as you get this message.
There's 10 seconds of recording time left. To send your message, press 1. To send your message as urgent, press 2. To re-record your message, press 3. Thanks. Your message was sent. Please enter your mailbox number.
Time now is 8:19 p.m. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The duration of this audio transcript is 12 minutes and 49 seconds.
Will I transfer your call? Good evening, Miami-Dade Community Action. Are you in a safe place?
Yes, ma'am. I need help from the Victims Advocates Unit there.
Okay. Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Are you in a safe place?
Yes, kind of, sort of. I'm still getting harassed, though, but the situation involves Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, badge number 42511, from the City of Miami Police Department. He put me in a chokehold, and then when I said I couldn't breathe, he twisted my neck to the right, and then he picked...
Sorry.
And then he picked me up and he body slammed me onto the concrete on my left side. And then he picked me up. And then he picked me up off the ground. He took everything out of my pockets. And then he put me in handcuffs. And he put me in the backseat of the police vehicle. And he did that in front of Sergeant Edwin Gomez from the City of Miami Police Department, badge number 2364. And immediately after Officer Ronnie Rodriguez put me in the backseat of the police vehicle, Sergeant Edwin Gomez left. And then shortly after, there was a police responding to the incident named PRI Officer Leslie Diaz, badge number 40742. Officer Leslie Diaz arrived and immediately walked up to Officer Ronnie Rodriguez and confronted him and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And then Officer Ronnie Rodriguez yelled at him and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere," and beat the SHIT out of him some more. And then
Diaz told Ronnie.
No, Diaz confronted Ronnie and said, "Why did you beat him up?" And then Officer Ronnie Rodriguez yelled at Leslie Diaz and said, "Man, let's just take this kid somewhere," and beat the SHIT out of him some more. And then Officer Leslie Diaz told him to take me to the emergency room. And then they both took me to the emergency room at Jackson Memorial Hospital. And they took the handcuffs off of me, and then they left. And they kept me at the Jackson Memorial Hospital for 10 days. And then on the 10th day, we had a court hearing at Jackson Memorial Hospital. And there was a judge there named Judge Alvin Balent Jr. There was two public defenders there defending me, named Julianne D. Maria and Hugh Keoth. And there was a prosecutor there named Prosecutor Lourdes. And there was two doctors there, as well as 10 people standing around us wearing long white coats. And there was a tape recorder in the middle of the table. And the Judge Alvin Balent Jr., told them to release me from the hospital jail setting there because I didn't do anything wrong. And I was beaten up by the police officer. And also the doctors even saw signs of bruising. And they need to release me from the hospital immediately. And then they released me.
You were in front of a judge, and the judge shut it down and said that you needed to be released?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, what's your first name?
Yes, my first name is Omar. And also, Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he falsified the police report.
What is your last name?
Fouad, Fouad.
Fouad.
Yes.
And how old are you?
My birthday is December 14th, 1988.
Okay. And are you interested in shelter?
What is that?
Shelter, like, to be in a safe space?
Well, I'm in Tallahassee, Florida now for my safety.
Okay.
But I need help with this situation. My neurologist here in Tallahassee, Florida, Dr. Winston Ortiz, he told me that my neck and my back keeps hurting me and my hands and arms keep going numb because I have nerve entrapment on my left side, and that's from Officer Ronnie Rodriguez twisting my neck and slamming me on my left side.
So, Omar, what does the doctors say about how soon you would recover?
He didn't. But he told me that I'm injured, obviously, and there's also pictures that they took while I was at the hospital. They sent an internal affairs detective named Eric Rodriguez, same last name as Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, the officer who injured me.
What did the judge, the judge let you go, but then at the end of the day, what is your lawyer saying?
I don't have a lawyer. That's the thing, and I don't know what to do because when I try to call lawyers for help, they wouldn't help me. a lot of them, they sounded scared when I told them the details about the case.
Mm-hmm.
But I like I said, I need help. Officer Ronnie Rodriguez, he went as far as falsifying the police report, and he wrote that he arrested me and took me to the emergency room because I was walking into traffic, and that's a lie. And
okay. So I have a number that it's a 1-800 number. The only situation is that it's from Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And this hotline number, you can ask any legal questions and they can answer you. I don't have the ability to answer any legal questions. Can I put you on a brief hold?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I don't know if you're interested in that number. Like I said, you can ask legal questions and they can speak to you regarding anything that's about the law. I have no way of answering any of those questions and I apologize.
Okay. Could they help me obtain monetary relief?
That is a question that they would be able to answer you. Would you like their number? But like I said, it's from Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. Yes, what's their number?
It's 1-800-500-1119. Extension 3.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the domestic violence number?
It is a hotline number for legal questions. They can legally answer any law questions that you have. I have no background on that, and I have to apologize. So it's easier for you to have a list of questions before you go ahead and call, and that way you can, have your questions answered the best way that they can do it for you. Is there anything else that I can help you with?
Yes. Is there I'm trying to find out what insurance do they have, or what insurance company do they use for situations like this?
Insurance. I don't understand how insurance comes into this.
Like, for example, if, God forbid, somebody gets in a car accident or something, and then the person who is injured would have to get in contact with the insurance company of the person who caused the injury.
I have no idea about insurance. But normally if you have a car accident, they kind of like, the police show up and they ask everybody for, their driver's license, and then they will disclose if they have insurance.
Okay. So do the police have insurance to cover situations that involve injuries?
So that would be a legal question, and that would be best asked to the 1-800 number I gave you.
I have no idea. That's a legal question.
Okay. Trying to think what else I could ask you. So what do I do from now other than what I've already done? Like, I've reported the situation to the internal affairs. I put in a public records request for the photographs of the injuries that were taken on my body by the internal affairs detective, Eric Rodriguez. But it says it still says it's pending. It's been pending for 3 months now. And I sent them a message. I asked them what's the ETA of the production of the documents. I sent in that message approximately a week ago. They haven't responded yet.
So, you're calling a shelter for domestic violence, and you said that you were in front of a judge. So I have no idea, how that all ended. So are you able to get in touch with anybody that was able to defend you?
Yeah, I called the law office for Julian D. Maria, but I wasn't able to get in contact with them to speak with them directly.
Mm-hmm.
And then the person who answered the phone told me that they really couldn't do anything to help me more than they already did. Yeah, I tried to call them also.
I have to say that your best bet, because you're searching for questions that lead to legal, your best bet is to call that 1-800 number that I gave you, so that you can have your questions answered appropriately. I have no background to give you any information about any legal standpoint. So I have to apologize. I don't have that for you. What do your doctors say?
They said I'm injured. And I need obviously some kind of surgery, occupational therapy, physical therapy. I'm always also feeling sad because of the situation, because I'm always having to think about it so much. And
at the hospital, they were not able to connect you with any, social worker?
Well, when I was at the emergency room there,
yes.
I asked the nurse that was behind the desk there at Jackson Memorial Hospital. Asked her if she could provide me with a number to an attorney who could help me, and she found the number for Lopez and Roca, a law firm in Miami. They're located at the courthouse tower in front of the Miami-Dade County Courthouse. And the representative from Lopez and Roca came to Jackson Memorial Hospital, where I was, on the 4th floor, and she asked me to sign the documentation so they could represent me. And then she left, and then when they released me from the hospital, they withdrew from the case.
I wouldn't have any idea as to why would they back out. They have to give you some kind of reason, right?
Yeah, I asked them, I said, well, why? And they said something along the lines of they couldn't help me or something like that, but they wouldn't specifically tell me why. Like, for example, if they were scared to sue the police, or if their law firm is right across the street from the courthouse and they might be retaliated against, or something similar to how I was retaliated against, or anything. They wouldn't give me a specific reason why.
Yeah, these are all questions that you have to ask the legal team.
Yeah, it was really weird too, because when I called them after they told me that they weren't going to be able to help me, I asked them for a withdrawal letter so I could try to find another attorney, and they told me that they don't even have any documentation stating that they were representing me.
Right, because you didn't hire them yet.
No, I did hire them. I signed the documentation. I hired them.
You probably signed a documentation saying that, anything that you have said is confidential. And that's just that, just the conversation that you had right there. But, moving forward, it's a different story when you're actually a client.
Well,
because
I signed a contingency form, and
okay.
They said they were representing me from there. I also provided them with several pictures of my injuries on my body that I took from my phone when they released me from the emergency room, from the hospital, rather.
And who picked you up?
Nobody. They released me and I left by myself. And
So you don't have any family that helps you out?
No. At the time, I was managing a convenience store in Rattle City, Miami. And I had to file more than 5 trespassing citations against several people who were trying to rob me at gunpoint at the store, people who were stealing from the store, people who were selling drugs outside the store. And it was an ongoing situation. There were customers who were scared to go to the store, and I had to call the police several times. And I filed more than 5 trespassing citations against those people. And the owner of the store told me that somebody was making threats that they were going to kill me, and he has to fire me. So I told him, I said, well, just call the police like I did. And he said, no, I have to fire you. And I asked him, I said, well, could I at least have my overtime pay? And he said, no. And I said, well, you'll be hearing from my attorneys. And then I left. And he didn't give me my overtime pay either, and I haven't been able to find an attorney to help me for the case involving my wage and hour theft and the case involving Officer Ronnie Rodriguez injuring me.
I'm so sorry that this is really a very difficult time for you. I'm sorry that this is happening. It sounds like really rough. Omar, all I can say is really write down your questions, because these people might be extremely, I don't know how many people are actually working, what kind of team they have. So write all your questions down, and hopefully they'll be able to give you answers so that you can move forward and know, what kind of action plan you're going to take. It has to be extremely difficult not to know, how to move forward from this. But is there any way that you can go back to the hospital and ask to see if you can sit with an advocate there, like a guidance counselor? because that particular hospital knows how you came in. They have access to the file.
Say that again. You said ask them what?
The hospital. See if they can have you with a guidance counselor.
And you said ask them what again?
They that's where the incident took place. They brought you to a hospital.
Right.
Right? So they would have access to the file.
Right. The file, you mean in regards to
your injuries?
Right. Yeah, well, I have the discharge documentation from the hospital, and I have the documentation from the judge, from the court hearing from the hospital. I have all of that evidence, and the case is clearly and convincingly proven.
Right, but you need to sit down with somebody and get, sit with a counselor and get it off your chest and try to, talk to somebody. It's traumatizing what went through, what had happened,
Yeah, the doctor, he diagnosed me with post-traumatic stress disorder.
Right. So you got to find someone to sit down and talk to,
Do you think they'll be able to help me obtain monetary relief?
Monetary relief? You mean Social Security?
No, well, I'm on Social Security disability income right now because of my injuries.
Right.
But monetary relief, like money from the injuries caused by the officer.
So that's why I was telling you, Omar, that it's good if you get a pen and paper and write down all these questions so that you can, have some kind of clarity, because, you have a lot of questions, and these people definitely can give you clear answers to those questions. So every time you think of a question, make a list, write it down before you go ahead and call these people Monday, or I don't know if you're going to call Friday. That would be your game plan. Write all your questions down, have them answer it as best as they can. That's a question that they would be able to answer. I have no idea. I don't have any legal background to answer that question.
Okay.
So definitely try to call the hospital and see if they can set you up maybe on Zoom to sit with a guidance counselor so that you can just talk about what happened. Do you think that you're interested in that?
Yeah, if it could help me. I mean, why is it so difficult, though, to obtain monetary relief?
It's a legal question, and I have no answer because I don't know anything about that.
I understand. What I mean is, like, for example, they're aware that the officer beat me up. They're aware that the officer falsified the police report. They're aware that there's pictures of the injuries that the officer caused, and the pictures were taken by an internal affairs detective. The injuries that the officer caused happened in front of a sergeant, and then it was confessed to an officer, a police responding to the incident officer. They're aware that they brought me to the hospital. They're aware that a judge acknowledged the situation at the hospital and documented that I was beaten up by the police and documented that I didn't do anything wrong and that they need to release me from that hospital jail setting. They're aware of everything that they need to be able to clearly identify that I was injured by the police officer and I didn't do anything wrong. why? I'm trying to understand also, why is it so difficult for them to give me what I'm entitled to, which is money, because the officer injured me. I mean, it's just like any other situation. If an officer is working, for example, and gets injured on the job, all they have to do is just go to the risk management department at the City of Miami Attorney's Office and tell them that they got injured on the job, and they'll give them monetary relief because...
Omar, this is a question that is a legal question. Definitely, you're going to have to ask them.
Okay.
Definitely. This is a really good question, and you should have answers,
Yes.
You should have answers, but you're alive, you're okay, it's not what you want it to be, right? But you do need to speak to someone.
I'm literally just holding the phone and talking to you right now, and my neck hurts. My neck cracked more than a handful of times just from me moving my head up and down. And then my lower back is hurting really bad. My hands and arms are going numb.
Imagine you're sitting there and you're going through what happened. You're talking about it. You got to be tense. There's no other way that you could talk about all these events that took place as clearly as you're talking about it. And, it's got to be difficult. That's not something that happens, every day. This is really traumatic. And you need to be able to sit with someone and, talk to someone and get it out and try to heal yourself, and put yourself in a better place, because you sound like you're a young guy. You're very well educated.
Yes, I'm motivated to get my law degree after all this has happened to me.
You could do it. You could do it.
Yeah.
Why not? There's nothing that's standing in your way to do it. I'm just saying it's stressful, and you're talking about it, so your body's tensing up, and of course it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
Like that's only is a message that you're giving your body, reliving what had happened.
Yeah, it's really sad too, because when I'm having to repeat everything I literally just told you to several people several times a day, it makes me so sad, because the attorneys who I'm able to find on the Florida Bar website under civil rights, when I call them, a lot of them, they'll ask me what happened, and I'll explain to them exactly what happened the same way I explained it to you. And then a lot of them, they'll tell me they can't help me. And then a lot of them will tell me things like they'll try to find somebody.
Sometimes, Omar, when you go through the medical field, so you get a guidance counselor, a social worker, and then through them they have contacts that they're able to link you with the right people. But so there's two different things that we're talking about. One, write everything down as far as your questions, like specific questions, so that it's clear. And then two, sit down with someone and talk about the trauma, so that you don't have to, that you can move forward. No human being wants to get stuck in the same place and have that recording over and over in their head. It's not healthy, and that's not the life that you want.
Right. That's exactly what's
You wanna
happening.
move forward. You wanna move forward. You wanna be, you wanna. I'm not saying get over it. No, you wanna move forward in a healthy way. You wanna be able to, like you said, go back to school, and get whatever you feel, what type of degree you want, and move forward. You deserve it. Why not? Everybody deserves, a fresh start.
Right.
But find someone to sit with and have that conversation with them. It's very difficult to be a guy because they have this thing that guys are not supposed to talk out their emotions. That's not true. We're all human beings. We all have questions and we need answers. And we need to move forward, in a healthy way. I'm sorry I'm repeating myself.
No, you don't have to be sorry, but you're absolutely right. I mean, I have 2 young daughters. I have a 2-year-old daughter who's turning 3, and I have a 16-year-old daughter. And, I'm concerned for them just as much as I'm concerned for my entire family, as well as my peers, especially after everything that's happening that I mentioned to you. And I'm witnessing that it hasn't stopped, because there's several people who are complaining about the same exact thing that has happened almost in an identical situation as how it happened to me. And if it hasn't stopped by now, and my oldest daughter is 16 years old, for example, by the time she gets old enough to, have to make decisions on her own and things like that, it concerns me, because, it's as if I don't have a law degree and or a medical degree, for example, she would have to depend on, absolute strangers, just like I'm having to. I'm having to call lawyers and doctors who are absolute strangers, and I'm hoping that they'll help me and have my best interest at hand. So, I'm concerned.
All I can say, Omar, all I can say is that being there on a daily basis, talking to her, having, a one-on-one time, giving her the security that you're there, that you're able to talk to her, that you give her your time, all of that makes a very, very big difference for, any human being, to know that they have somebody that they can reach out and talk to. And, again, if you have a counselor, you can bring your kids with you and have a family session. That's something that you could think about. If you want to do that, that's an option.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm willing to do whatever I'm required to do to be able to obtain what I'm entitled to. And what I've noticed is the doctors who are within the network of my government Medicaid health insurance, they're not doing everything they could possibly do to help me fully recover, or at least
that recovery, that's what I'm telling you, Omar. The recovery has to be 2 parts. It has to be your, feeling like you can move forward, in a healthy way, and your physical moving forward is 2 different things. You got to somehow work on both of them at the same time. You have to be, a mental health day, like you have to be physically doing your physical therapy, and you have to have a mental health day. You have to sit down with someone, because both of those things are for your future, that it helps you move forward. 6 months from now, a year from now, 3 years from now, you're going to be a very different person. And that is all in your hands. Being able to work on yourself physically and, mentally. So, like I said, guys normally don't talk about it. They usually just, throw everything under the rug and move forward and think that it's not going to, backlash. And then one day they're just sitting there and everything, just falls apart. So don't let that happen. Find someone to sit with, talk to them, clear your thoughts with them and move forward, because both of the things have to be together in order for you to feel better.
Right. Yeah.
So, Omar, I'm going to tell you again, the 1-800 number for the legal team. Go ahead and call them. Again, it's best if you go back to the hospital and sit with someone and ask them how you can get a social worker. And through them, maybe you'll be able to, get more information because they're in the field.
Okay. That's what I'll do then. I'll probably have to call them though, because I don't feel safe going back to Miami after this situation.
No, you can do wherever you're at, because remember, you have Zoom.
Right.
You can always Zoom with a guidance counselor to talk.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'll do then. What I've noticed though is that I have to be able to obtain some kind of monetary relief, because me depending on my government Medicaid health insurance to help me obtain, quality medical care so I could fully recover, or at least get as close as I possibly could to fully recovering, is almost impossible, because they're the same municipality as the municipality that injured me. They're both entities, the municipality of city and state government. So I would have to be able to afford to pay a doctor or a group of doctors to help me fully recover, or get as close as I could to fully recovering.
Yes. But in order for you to do all of that, it's best to sit with someone so you can clear your mind. You can get your thoughts in order as far as how you're going to do it, and who you're going to do it with. So by sitting with someone and working with them, you'll be able to think clearly as to, what needs to be done, what can be done, what cannot be done, and make peace with it. Because you have to find peace in all of this chaos that has happened. It's so important for you to have peace. You have 2 girls that you're raising. You're in their lives, So please, do your homework and find someone that you can sit with, and, they can help you find a safety plan on how you're going to move forward.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry I wasn't much help, but thank you for calling. Please don't hesitate to call that 1-800 number, okay?
Yes, I'm definitely going to call them.
Yes. I want to give you another number. It's a 1-800 number. It's called Love is Respect. I don't know if you want to write it down.
What's the number?
1-866-331-9474. It's a hotline. It's 24 hours.
Okay. So when I call them, do I just explain to them what I explained to you? Or?
No, this hotline is for when you just want to talk. This hotline could be for information that you need. Maybe they'll be able to help you find something in your area for a guidance counselor. It's called Love is Respect.
Okay. All right.
Omar, I wish you the best. Stay safe. Thank you for calling.
All right. Thank you. Same to you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Time now is 9:17 p.m. Today is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. The duration of this audio transcript is now 42 minutes and 26 seconds. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.